How's it going? I'm listening, Jeff. I was telling my mom that we're related, but I couldn't remember. It's like, we're like third cousins.
So I think it's what you said, yeah. It's, small world.
It is this. So I'm hoping to go there to go, Scotland next.
Oh, wow, nice.
Next year. Thanks, Zach. I'm definitely gonna go to Glasgow.
Okay, I'm gonna call public safety meeting to order. Is there any additions to the agenda?
I have none, sir.
Okay. I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Public comment. Going once, going twice?
Okay.
All right, we'll jump into the child care fund overview.
Yeah, I'll turn that over to Mr. Campbell to give that report.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Commissioners. Included in the packet are the second and third quarter child care fund reports. Commissioners may recall that we were not able to provide the second quarter child care fund report in July, as we didn't have all the information that we needed. We have that now, and so that second one is included in the packet. Specific to the third quarter, the juvenile agency court wards and the juvenile DHHS state ward projections continue to be within their current budgets at $80,204 and $63,114 respectively. Additionally, the DHHS court wards expenditures projection remains steady at $186,802 for expenditures. As a result of the juvenile court wards and the juvenile DHHS state wards expenditures being higher in the third quarter, the overall child care fund budget is currently forecast to be over budget by a little more than $42,000 at the end of the year, if everything remains status quo. And then just a note, the second quarter projection reflected the child care fund to be over budget by approximately $19,800. So because of those, the juvenile agency court wards, the juvenile DHHS state wards numbers being up a little bit, still within budget, but that in fact impacts the bottom line, increases that. There'd be less to replace the DHS court wards overage. So be happy to respond to any questions.
Excuse me, our overage will be 42,000. I'm trying to remember how much of this 1.6 million is reimbursable from the state? Or 1.7, whatever, I can't remember. Is that,
Used to be 50%, but now the reimbursement percentage is different based on the programs. Some programs are reimbursed at 75%, others are reimbursed at 50%. And to your point, this report only reflects the expenditure side. So the variance that Mr. Campbell just referenced, a 42,000 unfavorable variance on the expenditure side, would also result in a favorable variance on the revenue side, because the reimbursement revenue would be higher based on those percentages, depending on what programmatic reimbursement rate they are on.
would it be safe to assume that in the hypothetical, half of 1.6, 1.7 would be reimbursable?
Yes, approximately.
Okay,
Will
so-
likely be slightly higher than that based on the programs, but a minimum 50%.
Right. Reason for the dialogue, I want to clarify for my new colleagues that if we didn't get reimbursed, that represents about what is our budget, 22 million in revenue? And 1.6 million is a pretty good chunk of 22 million if it were straight cost, so. I know a lot of other counties have even more dramatic costs for childcare than we do, so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Todd.
Sir, my pleasure.
All right, we'll jump to item number 4 from the Department of Health and Human Services Child Care Fund update.
We're gonna move as a pack.
There you go.
I actually, I did not have a lot of updates from the last time I was here. I had a great conversation with Nicole a couple weeks ago. It was wonderful and got to know a lot about what we do, so that was good. So I really am just available to answer questions that you may have as the board.
I have a question with respect to growing, is that typical over the course of a year to see higher numbers in, you know, the third quarter and second quarter? Or is it just, you're seeing a greater population overall, year over year, more?
Both. We just learned this week in our board meeting, in reviewing some numbers that our program manager put together, Rebecca, our amount of investigations for September were almost double than what they were last September here in Clinton County. But our work does ebb and flow. If you think about kiddos that are in school, when they're in school, they're around a lot more mandated reporters. When they're summer break, they're not. So our work ebb and flows when it comes to that. But we are seeing more. We have seen more investigations come in for assignment. Our numbers are very, very high right now. Is there anything to add, Rebecca? No. Any other questions for us?
I do. Do you have any, any sort of request or any sort of need that might not be, being met because of some certain constraints or something? Basically what I'm asking is like, do you need anything from us for support?
Well, I don't think our time is enough for me to ask for all of the things that I need. But, so there's a couple things going on right now that you all are probably aware of, right? If you watch anything on the news, there's, I saw on the national news that food assistance is going to be a thing for November. So we as a community need to make sure our food banks are well ready for the delay in food assistance that will likely be coming. So delay in food assistance, so we need to wrap our arms around our community to make sure our food banks and those that serve food are prepared for that, because folks rely on the supplemental food assistance program, and that is not gonna be available. There's gonna be a delay in that come November. You've also seen, we talked a little bit about, last time I was here, the new bill that's gonna cause some requirements for the Healthy Michigan Plan residents to have work requirements, which we know enough about Clinton County that most of our folks are working. It's just they're working and it's hard to make ends meet. So there's gonna be some work requirements coming for the Healthy Michigan Plan recipients come January of 2027. So there's work going on around that. We are in desperate need of foster homes for our teenagers. We are in desperate need of foster homes for our teenagers. We have a lot of teenagers in this community that are either state wards or temporary wards, and we're having a hard time placing, and we need foster homes. So if you can help with that, I would be eternally grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over the months, DHHS just has done an exceptional job at getting to people in need in a timely manner. And I'm just wondering, with the upcoming surge in population and crisis issues taking place, do you foresee a continued meeting of the needs in such a quick manner?
Are you talking about for assistance programs?
Child Protective Services and
Yeah, we will do, our team continues to do what they need to do to ensure child safety. So whether we are short-staffed or not, our staff are meeting the metrics at like 97% or above all the time. And the only time that we typically miss a metric as far as face-to-face is if we are unable to locate the child. I do not see we aim for excellence when it comes to child safety, and that will not change.
Any other questions? Nicole?
It was noted previously that some of the cases, that the needs of the people who are coming in are a lot greater than they used to be in the past. So not only are the numbers growing, is that still what you're seeing?
As far as child welfare?
Yeah.
Yes. I would say, Rebecca probably has more details, but I would simply say yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you for what you do. I appreciate it.
I've got an incredible team that do a lot of great work in this community, so thank you.
Could we put on our website, if you want to be a foster home person, could we put something like that out there?
Yeah, QR code we can send you, you can post that, they can snap it with their phone and direct them right to the right place.
Yeah,
Maybe
please
that
do.
would help.
Will do.
Put it out there, we can post it or
Excellent,
something.
thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you all.
Thank
Have a
you.
wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, we'll jump down to the juvenile court. Jennifer Richards.
How you doing, John? Good morning.
So you should have received a report from us. You'll see on the first page regarding the number of complaints, we've compared the 3 years, and you can see there are 3 jurisdictions, DeWitt Township, the Sheriff's Office, and Bath Township, where it does look like if we continue on this route, that those numbers will probably be higher this year than for the past 2 years. So other than that, they seem to be either lower or are on track as far as the last couple of years. Moving to the next page, we did have an increase in the petitions that came in, as well as the number of cases that were opened. And you can see where it talks about recidivism and repeat offenders. Those also include some of those cases that come in, but we transfer out to other counties. Ms. Tate?
Yeah. Am I on the mic or no? There we go. So for Greenhaven for the third quarter, we had a total of 6 youth that resided in our detention center, in the detention side of our facility, for a total of 6 bed days. We had 4 youth for the residential and for a total of 69 bed days. And we serviced 3 youth for 11 days in educational services. And as far as out-of-county placements, we had 3 youth in detention for a total of 72 days. Residential, 1 youth for a total of 54 days, and right now 0 kids in foster care.
So I did change the report a little bit, you may have noticed, just to kind of reduce it, make it a little more concise. So with regard to the third quarter, we had 40 youth open for services through juvenile court. 4 participated voluntarily through the diversion program. 19 were open through the consent calendar, and 17 were on formal probation. 2 youth were placed directly into detention or remained in placement from the previous quarter without receiving in-home services. And those would be those community-based services. 6 youth completed the conditions of their probation successfully, and 1 unsuccessfully completed the consent agreement and was then moved on to the formal calendar. We had multiple youth receiving mental health screens and risk needs screens. 34 youth were administered at least 1 risk needs assessment, and of those, 21 had reassessments completed. And you can see of those 21, 14 reduced their risk level, which is what we want. 3 had their risk levels remain the same, and 4 raised their risk levels. With regard to the child care fund, as Todd spoke earlier and John, we do receive 75% reimbursement, as discussed previously, when it comes to the community-based services, and then 50% for placement costs. Also included in that 75% reimbursement, we get 100% of the time for our probation officers is reimbursed at 75%. So you'll see an increase in that revenue with regard to that. So as far as the community-based services, we have quite a few different services available. And during the third quarter, we had 13 who participated in our YES program, 6 in our Victim Community Awareness program, 5 in the Positive Parenting program. This included 2 that completed the 10-week intensive program, and 3 in the PPP discussion groups. 5 engaged in our ICYOU groups through CMH. 12 worked on interactive journaling assignments. 2 participated in conflict resolution services through the Resolution Services Center. 2 in our transitions programming, which helps prepare them for adulthood, and 27 participated in counseling services. Our GPS tether, breath monitor, alcohol breath monitor, and scram bracelet are all included under our community-based services as well. We had 6 youth billed for a total of 329 days of GPS. 1 youth was on scram for 35 days, and no one was placed on the alcohol breath monitor during the quarter. Ms. Tate already went through the placement numbers, but I do want to point out with regard to our institutional care, we had, as she stated, 3 youth were placed in another county operated facility. 3 stayed for a total of 72 days in detention, and 1 stayed in residential for 54 days. We were billed for 146 days for 2 of the youth in the detention, which included some days from a previous quarter. The youth that we have in residential right now is in a state-run facility that recently opened up. We're still waiting a bill on that. They don't, I'm not sure if they're quite sure how to do that with us because this is new for them to allow counties, or, into, not DHHS kids. Did you have a question?
No, I'm just trying to picture how much that would cost, that's all.
Yeah, it's expensive, so, yeah. I can't remember the exact cost per day for that, but it's 400 and something, I believe, so, yeah. But it's absolutely necessary for this youth. We have no youth in any private institution and no youth in any out-of-state institution. And then just some additional data at the end, 2580 in restitution collected, 10 youth completed community service, 80 hours of community service. We had 0 competency evals and 0 status offenders were detained. So does anyone have any questions for me?
Is that uptick in numbers up at the beginning of the chart there in DeWitt and where the other ones were? Do you have a sense of what's causing that to be higher than it was last year?
Not really. I think we had a couple of years that were quite slow. Following COVID, really, our numbers dropped quite a bit. And not really sure why they're increasing, but it does seem to be more down in the southern part of the county. And one of the things that, it was a question for DHHS, but I think it applies to us too, while our overall numbers may be pretty low, some of the cases that we're getting are very, very severe. So we've got greater needs within the household, greater needs for individual youth. And so our staff spend quite a bit of time with some of these kids and families. And these placements, 2 of the kids who are in detention numbers here started at the Greenhaven detention, but their needs were too great for Greenhaven. We had to send them to another county facility that was able to address their behaviors better and keep them in that secure setting longer than we're able to keep them in. So the needs do seem to be getting greater.
In DeWitt or down in that area, I would probably attribute some of that to the population growth in the southern part of the county.
It could
It's probably the greater numbers, greater population, kind of a correlation there to some degree, yeah.
That makes sense. Other questions?
Over the years, I've been hearing a lot about social determinants of health and how they affect the quality of an individual's or youth's life. And I guess I'm wondering, do you see any social determinant of health in particular being strongly associated with the population that you're dealing with? Or are they more mental health reasons or physical violence that kind of like raises them that might be?
Really, it's all of it. We've had some kids that we've had to work with families quite a bit in helping them, assisting them in housing, connecting them with resources for housing, connecting them with resources for transportation. Transportation is a big issue because they can't afford it. So getting them to services that they need can be a problem. But we've had to help families who have been homeless, who are working with, and of course that stress adds to everything. And we see how that can impact the kids and how they behave and their attendance at school, their criminal activity, drug use, et cetera. So we do see that. And then we do have violence. I think we've seen an uptick, it seems to me, in violence by the kids as well, domestic violence in the home, as well as some other assaults. But I think it does impact them, yes.
Thank you. An increase of them on being a victim of or perpetrating?
Both, I think.
Has any of the, I talked a little bit about the federal changes or activity. earlier. Is any of that impacting you guys, or is any changes in the state budget impacting your guys' day-to-day?
I think it's going to, definitely, yeah. Especially, I mean, I'm concerned about the food stamps. I mean, we have, many of our families have problems already when it comes to meeting their needs. And so that's going to be an issue, and that's going to impact the kids as well. So that stress, you know, carries throughout the family. So when the parents are stressed, you know, that, the kids feel that as well. And if they don't have their basic needs met, it's really hard to get them to do these other things, to focus on, you know, improving their skills, increasing their skills, coping skills or anger management or whatever. It's really hard to do that when their individuals' basic needs aren't met.
I have one more question. How's Green Haven holding up? Does it meet all the needs? Is it good from a facility standpoint for what you've got going on at this point?
Generally, yes. There's always gonna be the youth, like she was just saying, that Greenhaven just can't. We don't have the capability, even if we were bigger and more staffed. I mean, it goes along with the mental health. We don't have mental health services at Greenhaven, and a lot of the kids that don't remain there, that's what it
Because
comes
they
down to,
need
is
a
mental health
residential
and
facility.
specific, yes,
Okay,
more secure.
other than that, it's
Yeah, other than that, great. I
Okay.
feel like we do great for the kids in the community.
good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right,
Thank you.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Yes.
All right, any commissioner comments at all before you wrap up, or just want to save that until? All right, any other business?
I have nothing, sir.
All right, public safety is adjourned.
Just like all your township meetings are easy, your meeting
son.
Working on your tan.
Mics are on. We're calling the Ways and Means meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any additions, sir.
Is this where we want to make an amendment?
That would be appropriate.
Okay. So there will be an amendment to the agenda regarding item number 15, planning update.
There was a resolution included in the packet that was distributed and in further conversation with yourself and Commissioner Fickus. There's a revised version that I will be distributed and we will update in the packet as well. So it would replace the proposed resolution for consideration as part of agenda item number 15.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have copies for the public on that?
Pardon me?
Do we have copies for the public?
I have some extra, yes. Yeah, if we need more.
All right, at this, are you, is that it?
That's all I have.
Okay, at this time, we'll move on to item number 2. It's limited public comments. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please, if you come forward, state your address and, or name and address.
Teresa Olin, Greenbush Township.
Hey, Teresa, push it over toward that way, yeah.
Greenbush Township, is that better? Okay, so, hi, I have 2 things to speak on. Without seeing the amended resolution, these are my comments based on the original. Time is clicking. Okay, so the complaint that I was going to voice has been removed from the resolution, which is the reprimand of 4 individuals. So I will not address that. I will instead move on to my second issue, which is regarding the LEAP contract renewal. I have some questions. Why are we doing a 3-year commitment, and could it be renewed every year? Also, given the heartache caused by LEAP signing NDAs with Eagle Township officials, I recommend that a paragraph be added saying that LEAP will not sign NDAs with any future county or township officials. If LEAP says an NDA must be signed to get business to come into Clinton County, maybe it is not a business that we want. I took some time last evening to review the LEAP quarterly update to be discussed at the end of our meeting today. I do not see the hard dollars and cents that we are getting as a county. Perhaps future updates could include a revenue and expense report so we know the value of our $100,000 annual investment. Short of seeing these hard dollars, I do not see a reason to approve the LEAP contract. Clinton County is attractive in its own right, and we do not need a business generator with ties to the MEDC, whose funds are uncertain or non-existent currently. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else?
Excuse me, can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
Oh, sure. Hold on. We need a motion to approve the agenda. Second? We have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Sorry, Penny. Go ahead, Tim.
Good morning. Tim Fair, 15469 Wood Road, Lansing, 48906, DeWitt Township. And I'm here this morning with the hat of Clinton County Catalyst. Clinton County Catalyst is economic development within Clinton County. And I thought I might be the only individual to talk about this issue this morning, so I'm very happy with it. And, you know, I have a whole sheet of things that I want to discuss this morning, but on my 3 minutes, I'm not sure I can get all this in. So I got to ask the question, why would we go down to Lansing and get an economic development group to come up here to Clinton County and do the work for us? This is a reasonable question. We look at Lansing. It's in rough shape. It's not like Columbus. It's definitely not like Indianapolis. It's not even close to Madison. Why would we bring those guys up here to do the work for us? In the last 3 years, they had 2 big projects in Clinton County. One was the Eagle Mega Site. The other was the Norm Fasteners Project, Webster Road, Bath Township. We both know how those go. Those went. They didn't. So we have to ask ourselves, who's Clinton County Catalyst? We've been around 20-plus years. We were started by the county commissioners. Bob Showers, Bruce DeLong, was on our executive board for several years. We've done a lot of great things. John Zarnecki, our first director, he was the impetus that brought Glanbia here. He also helped keep Mala in Clinton County. And I know this because several people have told me this, and I've looked at the records, and it's there. And I would say to myself, Clinton County Catalyst, we're over 120-plus members now within the county. We're about the county. We're about the people. We're about our businesses. We work with businesses, municipalities, education to come together to make our communities better, and we're doing it. It's working. I would hope that you would consider Clinton County Catalyst as a viable option within Clinton County. We're here. We have a great executive board. We've got great leadership. This morning, I'm missing one of our business roundtables to come here and speak this morning down at Agro Liquid. So I'm gonna, after I'm done speaking, I'm going to leave. Forgive me, it's not that I wanna speak and walk out. It's just we've got a business roundtable going on. And I hope that you would consider Clinton County Catalyst as a viable option. Thank you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Jim Lawless, Steel Road, Bingham Township. I just wanted to continue on where Mr. Fair left off and keeping Clinton County, but also in regards to what was removed from the agenda, the 10 townships and the zoning board, and maybe having planners and administrators and stuff that live in the 10 townships govern that planning commission instead of outsiders wanting to implement their agendas, their ideas into what is best for the 10 townships. We just went through a new ordinance program with wind and solar where we actually had commissioners wanting to implement state and federal ideas into the township, not listening to any of the residents or any of the community on what they wanted. This is just the ideology, is an agenda-driven thing, not listening to what the residents wanted. And I think some of what transpired at the Planning Commission, where board members of the Planning Commission were listening to residents and not necessarily reading verbatim what is in the ordinance. Using their own ears to listen to residents' issues with what was going on. And maybe there was a conflict of what's in the ordinance and what the neighbor is seeing and wanting with their community. I encourage, well, I don't encourage you, but just take a glance at Bath Township, DeWitt Township's building ordinances. Your eyes will glaze over with the restrictions. A planning commission telling residents mainly what they can't do with their residents. How wide your sidewalk's gonna be, where you can outside lights be, all kinds of restrictions. And you are happy with those, but when the 10 townships want to regulate that, all of a sudden we have other people stepping in and saying, no, you don't know what's good for you. And we've heard the discussion of the cost of it to the county. A farm field doesn't require a courthouse, doesn't require a road commission. A farm field probably doesn't even need a sheriff's department. Animal control. A farmer can get his crops, to market without all of this. So when we look at the cost of doing business as a county, maybe we need to look at the entirety and not point the finger at what revenue is not coming from a farm field, because they need very little.
Jim, I don't want to interrupt, but we are at three.
So that's my point, so, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Good morning, Donna Graham from Greenbush Township. My first topic is the $100,000 proposed budget for LEAP. With the increases in the county budget recommendations for the new budget year, I really question this amount. We haven't seen the financial statements to understand their allocations, how their allocations have been distributed. I question whether good intentions have been turned into bloated administration costs. That should be reviewed. The revenue comes from several resources. I question their close association and funding with MEDC, which has become under scrutiny and possible with lawsuits. I question the need for a 3-year contract instead of one, with review and the addition of a 3-year annual increase of 3% built into the contract. I believe that's a little excessive without annual review. We need to understand what surrounding counties contribute. I understand many provide lower amounts but are still afforded the same services. Are we supporting other communities with our tax dollars? I see a lot of fluff in their performance statements and projects being pushed into communities not necessarily welcome. Therefore, I believe this item needs much more scrutiny before approval. Next, I'm going to continue with my thoughts on the proposed resolution for reprimand. I was very disappointed to see this hidden in the contents of the packet, which was not originally on the agenda for today. After briefly speaking with three of the 4 individuals involved in this interrogation, I'll call it, and the interviewer, my perception, based on my many years of conducting various types of investigations, was this was aggressively pursued based on a tit-for-tat conversation that escalated into a targeted interrogation. I question the process and the approach, especially as these individuals were questioned under a perceived notion of guilt rather than an unbiased approach to begin with. The accuser was not the appropriate one to conduct what escalated into an interrogation rather than fact-finding mission. When asked to resign during an interview and before an investigation is complete, was perceived as an interrogation rather than in a fact-finding interview. I don't see where someone expressing their interpretation of a zoning issue reaches this level of recourse. And I understand the original charge was going to be malfeasance, which is just outrageous. Members of this board have voted based on their personal opinions and ideologies, but were not challenged with an investigation. So therefore, I continue to question this process. The Planning Commission has replaced several positions over past years, several years, representing new perspectives and backgrounds. If interpretations may have been in error, why not use a more rational approach, offering training for the full PC with the Michigan Association of Planners?
Donna, we're at our 3 minutes.
I recommend you delete it completely.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Maggie Sales. I am Vice Chair of the Clinton County Planning Commission. I am a Victor Township elected trustee. So I live in Victor Township. If you really want my address beyond that, please let me know. I have two quick things too, which seem to be the impetus of comments today. Number one, and rather quickly, is the LEAP process and the contract that's before you. And I have worked with LEAP in the past in Ingham County, in Eaton County, in Clinton County, through other jobs. Yep, they do okay. They're doing their job. My concern is it really Clinton County? Are they taking care of us the best? So I look to Shiawassee that has their own individual SEDP. And Justin Horvath is the biggest cheerleader for economic development in Shiawassee County and in the area that I have ever seen. But I just ask you to look that way to something more local and what he's done for Shiawassee County. I also want to talk briefly about the Planning Commission and the resolution that had been put forth. Integrity matters. Voting matters. Constituent relations matter. You have a board that sits together and comes in to review cases, and all of us come in with the information at hand, come prepared with questions, and look to see what is best for Clinton County, but also those individual areas. My colleagues on the board who voted differently than I did, I applaud them. I applaud them for having their opinions and representing their constituency. One thing keeps coming to mind is the future land use. What does that mean? Tomorrow we change a line? We wait till 5 years? We wait till 10? I understand, to me, that's a guideline. And that's what I use it for. And that's what the others who voted used it for too. And I don't mean to speak for them, but I have a feeling that we're on the same page. So I look to see a resolution of reprimand. Unbelievable that came up on an agenda. And even this, now for there be resolved, you're going to put together a planning. I hope that, or a training. I hope that if that comes to fruition because you feel it's needed, which I don't, and I've been on this board now for a few years, that if it comes to fruition, that we talk about integrity and voting and constituent relations. But this one here, thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Anybody else wishing to address the board? Please state your name and address.
Good morning. Val Vilshire, and I live in Victor Township. That's a Bath mailing address in Victor Township. My comments I am reporting for, I was asked by Kim Weber of Lebanon Township to read this letter as she is at work and could not be here. Clinton County Ways and Means Committee. During my 36 years working with the federal government, I have never been exposed to deliberate targeting, faulty investigations, lack of transparency, and malicious slander. I have been involved in numerous fact-finding missions in my previous job, and I know what is needed for a balanced and unbiased investigation. On September 12, 2025, I was asked to meet with Commissioner Brian Herdecamp, Commissioner Nicole Fickus, and John Fuentes. I was told that I was being asked to explain my vote to deny the rezoning request for case PC-09-25 for transparency. When I asked them what the alleged accusations against me and the other planning members were, I was told that they could not disclose that to me at the time. During the discussion, Commissioner Herdecamp stated that I was not going to be asked to resign from the board. I replied that if I was asked, I would not because I had not done anything wrong. I also asked if the 3 members who were in the minority were going to be asked to explain how they came to their decision. To my knowledge, they have never formally been requested to defend their votes. By outward appearances, it is clear that those members who voted in the majority on this particular case are being targeted for the following reasons. Number one, Commissioner Hurdicant, who was in the minority vote, was clearly leading the interrogation. Number two, as a member of the Planning Commission, Commissioner Hurdicant could not conduct an unbiased and transparent investigation. Number three, members voting in the minority were not called into private meetings to explain how they came to their decisions. This includes Commissioner Hurdicant. Number four, the members being reprimanded have not been informed in writing of what statute or bylaws they have allegedly violated. Number five, the names of the members targeted are listed in the resolution document and posted on a county webpage, clearly stating the reprimand is for the recommendation to denial of a rezoning. This is unsubstantiated public shaming and slander. During the 2 years that I have participated on the Planning Commission, it has been my observation that each member completes their due diligence to prepare for our meetings. Until recently, we respected each member's vote and moved on with business. There now is a cloud of distrust that has settled over the Planning Commission. It is apparent that any member who does not participate in groupthink and votes outside the expectations will be targeted and slandered. This is signed sincerely, Kim L. Weber of Lebanon Township and member of the Planning Commission. And Val Shirey is saying that, first of all, I personally think that this should be deleted and
Val,
destroyed.
your time is up.
But you should look
Val,
at
your time is up. Thank you.
number 5.
Val, your
your-
time is up.
And that goes to your targeting and bullying, Mr. Hurdicant.
Thank you, Val.
Ken Weaver, Lebanon Township. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for your time. The Michigan Zoning Enabling Act establishes the process for creating a planning board. Within that law, they require the planning board, once established, to create a set of bylaws by which to operate under. They were also given the sole responsibility of interpreting and enforcing them. This was done to maintain the independence of the planning board and hopefully separate them from the politics of the elected officials who have appointed them, to avoid exactly what was happening here today. Mr. Hurdicant was attempting with this resolution to bypass the planning board and create a set of his own laws that he alone would interpret and enforce. The optics here cannot get worse, gentlemen. After a 4-3 vote on a rezoning case, Mr. Hurdicant, a part of the minority vote, then took it upon himself to interrogate the members of the majority, asking them to justify their votes. The remaining 2 members of the minority, however, were never asked to explain theirs. In the last 2 meetings of the planning board have been canceled, they have been unable to address the issue themselves. And rather than waiting a couple weeks he brought forward this document, original document, asking you to be his jury. And the accused have never been provided documentation of their alleged improprieties, and would they even be allowed to defend themselves? With this now hanging over the planning board, and make no mistake, it will be there regardless of the changes that have been made here today. Every roll call vote will be seen through the prism of how Mr. Hurdicant will vote. The discussions will change and the votes will change. The independence of the Planning Commission has been destroyed with this heavy-handed action. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a well-rounded planning board filled with professionals who are respected in their various careers. They bring their own experiences and decision-making skill to the table. A few votes with mixed results means they're doing their job. In the 20 years since I first entered this room, God, it's been 20, I've seen a lot of different board members. This planning board is, in my opinion, the best I've seen, and until last January, they worked together just fine. I've seen a lot of politics played over these years in many different places and townships and counties, but never anything like this. The bullying tactics and the questioning of the integrity of the planning board in such a way is contemptible. Of the 3 previous commissioners on the planning board, not a single one would have done anything like this. Mr. Pohl had too much respect for his fellow board members, and Mr. Stacy had enough experience and intelligence to never go down this path. And likewise, Commissioner Val Shirey had the respect and intelligence to never go near this. What I recommend to you all is to allow the planning board to do its job. If there are any violations of their bylaws, then place it on the agenda and let the accuser bring forth the evidence and allow the accused to defend and explain their actions on record. If any violations have occurred, the planning board themselves have been given the responsibility of dealing with it. And if the violations are egregious enough, then it will fall to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody else wishing to address this board? Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, there were other submitted written comments I think you were going to recognize.
Oh, yeah, there were, well, I think one was read.
One was read, but there.
And then we also received comment that will be placed on file from Jan Moltz and also Dawn Levy. And I also received a email from the applicant, which was placed on file also, and I will read this from the applicant and what there is during commissioner comments. So,
There was also a communication submitted by Mr. Straley.
oh, Dennis Straley, yeah. Dennis Straley submitted a email, where's it at, here, in regards to he's approving the LEAP contract. And those will be placed on file. Okay. Item number 3, County Clerk, concealed pistols license, CPL, fingerprinting in the clerk's office. Hi, Deb.
Hi, hope you guys can see me. My husband thought I was going hunting with him this morning. He's like, I didn't think it looked like a camo. So we are requesting the necessary software and live scan fingerprinting device. Individuals applying for a new concealed pistol license in our office, they're required to apply in person within 45 days of application. They're required to be fingerprinted, and currently they have to schedule an appointment with the sheriff's office to be fingerprinted following their application in our office. So in order to better serve our applicants, we'd like to begin fingerprinting for CPL applications in our office. We think this would streamline the process and offer a convenience to the applicants. The cost for the software and the live scan device is $6,758 with an annual maintenance fee of $566 starting in the second year. So we are requesting that we utilize money from our CPL fund to cover the initial investment, and we have sufficient funding in that fund.
I have a question. So the sheriff's office currently does, what are they going to do with their equipment? Is that something that?
They'll still utilize their equipment for other services that they offer.
They have, the sheriff's office has 2 fingerprint scanning devices at this point, one within the secured perimeter of the jail for use with inmates and booking and so forth. And they also are required statutorily to do fingerprinting for other circumstances, school employees, background checks.
Outside of the CPL.
Outside of that, so we actually inquired on whether it would require an additional device or whether they would still retain the need, and they do still have a need for that purpose, so it does require additional equipment.
Just for clarity, we're not replacing the sheriff option, we're just adding this additional.
We're adding this additional option, which we feel will probably.
And it's just, the fee is statutorily created, so it's the same fee that was charged when it was done at the sheriff's office. As Clerk Sutherland indicated, it's more for convenience and save a trip and scheduling.
That was about to be my next question, is the fee the same?
Yes,
Okay.
$15.
And
Mr.
that,
Chair, I would move the recommended action of authorizing the county clerk to purchase a live scan fingerprinting device from DataWorks Plus in the amount of $6,758 with an annual maintenance fee of $566, starting in the second year through the CPL fund.
And then we would additionally like,
As what?
to add
That too,
15
yes.
Okay,
Well, since I got my license to carry before this, that's fine with me.
you're good.
Support. Any further discussion?
These would you expect to do a year?
We average 500 to 600 new applicants a year.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I think this will be a great service.
I think so too.
One stop.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so too. Thank you.
All right, item number 4, equalization apportionment report. Eric, good morning.
Okay, you have before you the apportionment report that I'm required per MCL 211.37 to prepare and submit and have approved before the October 31st of each year. The caveat to that is, we do have 4 items before us, ballot items, for the November election. So if any one of those would impact millage rates this calendar year, which we have one in Victor Township for EMS, I have to re-prepare the apportionment report and bring it for you for your November meeting for approval, and then submittal to the state. So with that, I present this current, what I would call the draft apportionment report pending the November election. Please note that the date for the, I have for your board commission meeting, I had 2024. That is in the past, so we're looking for 2025.
Any questions for Eric? All right, we do have a motion to approve the draft apportionment report.
Move to approve the apportionment report.
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Any questions, please feel free to stop by my office.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, item number 5, Parks and Green Space. Kyle.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have 2 items to bring to you today. The first one that I have on the list is the Clinton Trails Park, County Park Master Plan. From January 2025, Clinton County had contracted with Olson Incorporated, had done numerous meetings, both on-site and at Parks and Green Space Commission meetings, to develop this master plan, had gone through multiple rounds of meetings to critique it and make sure that our trail layout was something that we wanted to progress forward with in the future. And then as well, we took the information from the recent 5-year survey that was done in 2024 to get the public input, since it was just 1 year removed. Used that public input to help with the 5-year, or the Clinton Trails County Park Master Plan. October 3rd, 2025, at the Parks and Green Space Commission, they recommended the master plan to you for an approval.
Do we have any questions?
Sorry, I have one, I was trying to find it where it's on it. So somebody else has one that can jump ahead of me.
I just want to make a comment and just say that I really enjoy our parks. I think we have great parks throughout this county. They're utilized very well. You know, they're just beautiful to go to relax, take your family, dog. It just creates value to the constituents and also our residents of Clinton County. So I just thank you, and they're kept in great shape.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Do we have any way, probably the answer to this question is no, I imagine, but is there any way to measure how much these properties are being used or public engagement? Like, I just,
We do have on each parking lot, we do have a car counter on each parking lot that we measure annual car counting use. We do not monitor trail walking use. We looked into that in the past. The cost of installing trail counters was greater than we wanted to take at that point, so we did not take on those as well. But we do have parking lot counters, so we can annually track the amount of cars that are coming into the parking lot.
I just wanted to state that the Parks and Green Space Group was very, very diligent with this. We read every detail and everybody gave great feedback, and it was a vast number of sessions. I don't know how you feel about that, but I just want to thank everybody who put the work into this. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other comments? Right.
I'd also like to compliment you for a job well done and sticking to this and working with a group to get this done. But I'm wondering if you might say a little bit more about the short-term and long-term goals, and particularly the long-term goals. How do we assure the citizens who said that was some of their priorities, that we're going to be moving forward on those long-term goals in particular?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. In the packet, the page that I turned it to is page 15, which is the development plan, which includes both the short-term and long-term goals, but they are included before that as well. And so we have, as you mentioned, both short-term and long-term goals of Clinton Trails County Park. In the surveys that we received back from the community, it was to keep this property very passive. The comments we received was they did not want to see a MOATS 2.0. And so we have, as you know, 4 different properties. All the properties are intentionally differently as well. 3 of them are former sand and gravel mine operations. So this has water-based recreation in it with a 7-acre lake. In the short term, what we've looked at through this development process is to develop trails, taking it right from its namesake as well, which is Clinton Trails County Park, and starting to develop a trail plan and starting to develop trails throughout the property. This has multiple acres of hardwoods throughout the property as well. And so we want to see both trails inside the woods and outside the woods. In the short term, what we've looked at is expansion of the roadside parking lot to get folks closer to the trails, closer to the woods, and closer to the lake as well. And with those as well, there would be potentially a universally and ADA accessible trails, as well as some trail loops throughout the woods as well. Creating the universally accessible and ADA accessible trails as a short-term goal provides that accessibility to all folks, no matter their ability to be able to go out and enjoy the great outdoors. As we all saw during COVID, parks expanded, parks blew up, and everybody was in the parks because they figured that was a great place to get mental health and mental awareness. With that as well is we've always focused, and it's one of our committees, is universally accessible, and we want to make sure that our parks are accessible to everybody in a passive form and still be accessible. So creating a accessible trail right off of the parking lot in a short term creates that walking path that everybody can do as a family, and then conjoins directly with a little bit more strenuous of a trail that's not universally accessible into the woods, things like that as well. Looking at the short-term, long-term, a couple other things that we've looked at in the short-term, long-term, obviously one of them is forestry management. I mentioned there's a lot of hardwoods in there. You do have to manage those woods as well. You cannot just let woods be as they may. You can't let trees fall or look like they're gonna fall on somebody if they're near trails, things like that. So it's part of forestry management as well. So it's something that we have looked at as both short-term and long-term, is to continue to manage the woods as well. Different things as well that we've looked at potentially is some open-air pavilions in the long term as an option as well. As you know, we have a pavilion out at Moats, the Larry Martin Pavilion out there. Gets heavily used as well. I would say on a norm from May until September, there is not a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday that is available. That gets booked on a regular basis. There's a lot of weekdays, which is also booked as well. We have a lot of companies that come out there and use that as well. So potentially in the long term of having another pavilion available in the county as well, that can be rented and used as well too. So these are some of the amenities that we looked at to go across the new park as well too. Does that answer your question, sir?
Most definitely, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I may.
If I may add to Mr. Thornton's comments, obviously the achievement and accomplishment of the stated goals within the master plan obviously will continue to rely on appropriations as well as continued pursuit of future grant opportunities. So this is not a timeline, this is a plan that will be, become part of the annual budgetary process for the commissioners to address how the, progress towards the accomplishment of those goals will be met. So.
This might be a combo of a you and a John question, but just looking at like the price tag on some of these future projected construction recommendations, I guess, one, do we feel like we're in a comfortable place from a budgetary standpoint to tackle those? And two, do we have revenue opportunities at these parks that we're already generating or could be generating in the future to kind of help offset those costs?
So kind of twofold on that. I'll start if you want.
Go ahead, I'll correct you as necessary.
So the first part is on the cost, and you're exactly correct, and that's what John mentioned, that this is a plan that we look at for the future as well. And these are cost estimates that our engineer and their engineers worked with us on it, as well as they reached out to the community in the construction world and said, what are things going for today? What are they going for now? Because this is 5 years, it's 10 years, it's 2 years, it's 20 years down the road. And that's where we as a county have to look at what do we want to entail, and that's where then the long-term budget process comes in. And, okay, if we're shooting for, let's say, an open-air pavilion, which is a potential place to add revenue as well. So to go to that second question, where do we add revenue, is the Larry Martin Pavilion. That is the only spot that we add revenue in the Parks Department right now. All of our funds are coming from the general fund as well. And all of our parks are free to use, which goes right back to that universally accessible as well. When we apply for grants, it's one of the questions actually that they ask is, do you charge to get in your parks? If you charge, you lose points. If you don't charge, you actually gain points on grant funding as well. And so we don't charge to get into the parks. But with that as well is this plan and this budget is a living, breathing document to the point of it doesn't have, okay, in 5 years, we have to do this project. Because if in 5 years, the cost is too much to do that project, it can get reevaluated to say, we're not going to expand into that trail, or we're not going to expand into that pavilion or that bathhouse because the cost has gone up so much. And so our engineers with Olson Incorporated work to give us these prices based off of when we might be doing some of these projects as well, too.
This park, obviously, during the most recent county parks master plan, which is the larger plan, this park was in the acquisition phase. Next time, which is required every 5 years, that we update the master plan for the parks to remain eligible for DNR grant opportunities. These goals will be incorporated into the goals of the other properties. So again, this is a plan, a wish list best case scenario, but it becomes part of the larger budget consideration, including the already adopted master plan, which includes the other two parks that are in various phases of development. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
With regards to raising revenue, I'm always jealous when I see we're in a Parks and Recreation, Clinton County Parks and Recreation. Is there an opportunity for people to buy one? Or?
The swag.
Swag.
I don't know. I haven't explored that opportunity as far as looking at selling merchandise. That could
I
be
always
something
think it looks sharp.
that we could explore. I will have to look into that, Commissioner.
All right, you all have the information in your commissioner's packet. There is a action here. There's a recommendation adopting the Clinton County Trails Parks Master Plan as presented.
So moved.
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I have a second agenda item on there for you
Oh,
as well.
sorry. Oh, that's right. Part B.
The second agenda item that we have on there is a commemorative park bench program. So this is something that I've been working with both the Parks and Green Space Commission as well as administration on developing a policy and procedures for a commemorative park bench program. And so we currently have benches in all of our parks. They're not commemorative benches. They are benches that were started when the parks system started, roughly 20 years ago, and they get painted about every year. But we've looked at kind of doing something similar to what a lot of the other entities do, the county parks, the city parks, the township parks, and starting a commemorative park bench program. And so throughout the most recent months, went out and looked at a lot of different policies, explored through a lot of different policies, and picked out some of the things that we wanted to look at bringing to Clinton County as well. So with it as well, we have provided a policy. This went to the Parks and Green Space Commission on October 3rd as well. Parks and Green Space Commission recommended this policy to the Ways and Means Commission to adopt a commemorative park bench program, which would be facilitated by the Parks and Green Space Department, which would allow folks to purchase a bench, which would be owned by Clinton County. They could purchase the bench. It would then have, in memory of, memorial of, for example, things like that as well, that they could then have in the parks as well. This program would include the Parks Department being able to have the ability to select where the bench is going to go, move the bench if needed to be moved, things like that as well. Questions on the commemorative park bench program?
Any questions? Will these benches, will I have to sit on like a concrete, I mean, will some have to be poured, or will they just sit on the ground? Like, what additional costs would there be other than just the cost of the bench?
So the benches that we've looked at, great question, Commissioner. The benches we've looked at are all recycled plastic. And so both of those are options that we could do with the benches. You could pour a pad, you could put pavers down, you could put them also right on the ground as well. So all of those are options depending on where that bench potentially might go as well. When we developed this program, we made sure that we wanted to develop the program and not be spending more money than what the donation actually is as well, too. And so we looked around the state, and most of the donations for commemorative park bench programs are anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500 as well for a park bench. We went with the price tag of $2,000 for a commemorative park bench in case wherever we put it, we need to put some pavers down, or if we need to look at potentially pouring a pad or something like that. I think we'd be more in line with the pavers than the pad to keep with the consistency of the parks as well. Another option with the park benches that we have selected is we have the option of an earth anchor as well, and we can anchor them directly with an earth anchor and not require either of those two, since we've looked at those options.
Well, great, thank you. Very well thought out, thank you.
Mr. Chair, approve the request and adoption of the commemorative park bench program to be facilitated by the Clinton County Parks and Green Space Department.
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Thank you, Commissioners.
How if we take a break?
Great idea.
All right, we're gonna take a break here. We're going to call the meeting back to order. Next up on the agenda is Craig Thalen, Information Technology. Morning, Craig.
Morning. In 2014 and 2023, Clinton County was contacted by the Historical Society regarding projects that involve microfilming and converting newspaper images to searchable PDFs. The County Board of Commissioners authorized funds to be taken from IT Special Projects budget line to support these projects in the past. They've now contacted us again about converting more newspapers. You can see LC, Ovid. They make them into searchable PDFs. We end up getting them from the Central Michigan Library. We put them on our site so people can go through them. It is $9,600. And, I'm just looking for approval if you'd like to go forward with this again.
Do we have any questions for Craig?
Do you know, this probably is a question for the County Historical Society, but like there's like the Westphalia Historical Society, like if there's local historical societies throughout the county, is this accessible to all of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yup, it's on our site, it's available to everybody.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion to approve $9,600 to be taken from the remaining funds within the current IT special budget projects line for the conversion of the LLC Sun and Ovid registered newspapers to search PDFs on Clinton County's website.
So moved.
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
The next thing I have is the computer-aided dispatch server replacement. As outlined in the major capital improvements section of the approved 2025 budget, the computer-aided dispatch server, which is called CAD in 911, is aged out, needs to be replaced. And some of the software is, almost end of life. Clinton County, how it works is Clinton County IT will purchase the server, get it all set up, get it installed, and then the vendor comes through, moves all the software onto the new server. That's not something we can do. In that time, there is a little downtime, but 911 will still have phones, they'll still have radios, they still have lean. The cars will be down at that point. But this is something that happens, we do updates on that server every month, so there is downtime. So it's not something that is, they haven't experienced. We're hoping to keep it to a minimum. I wanted to just speak a little bit about when I say it's end of life of something. The Central Square provides a product that uses like a Microsoft SQL, and they age out. There are dates that say, this product will keep working till July of '26 is the end of life. I just won't be able to get support for it, and they won't provide patching. What happens is when we have an audit, and we will have an audit in '26, that Lean will come in, which is like the FBI, it's where your criminal records are kept. And they'll scan our network and they'll be like, hey, wait a minute, you've got an end-of-life product. And they will fail our audit. So people take that pretty seriously. It is a big cybersecurity risk to use end-of-life products. And it'll keep working in July. It's not gonna stop working, but 911's not a place where you wanna start taking risky chances. Because when it does quit working, I'm out of luck, so will 911. So sometimes we do push things. We do push the age of computers. That's usually around a 5 to 8 year life cycle. We can push it 8 to 10, but again, I think we've all had old computers, and when that little circle comes up doing this, that's not good in 911. It's not good for our users. People get frustrated. So that's why I'm recommending doing it now, so that by the time 2026 comes around, we'll be set.
Any questions? I just have one. So the timing of when they go down, like you said, and the cars won't be available, do they try to, I'm assuming they pick or choose a time that would be
Yeah.
something where you would receive less calls or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come in, whatever time. Usually it's early in the morning. Everything's kind of set and waiting. And then I go out to the floor and be like, okay, is this a good time? And sometimes it's a yes, sometimes it's a no. If it's a no, I just walk out and I'll come back in a couple hours. or sometimes it's the next day or even the next week. It's really on them whenever they're ready. You know, it's really just software updates that, you know, provide better security. We all have to go through it on your own home PCs,
Yeah.
so.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I would move the amount of $60,000 to replace the CAD server and central dispatch as outlined in the major capital improvements section of the approved 2025 budget.
I have a second. Support. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Greg.
Anybody watching on YouTube, Craig's the one that makes the magic happen, so.
He's got his own channel?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, item number 7, waste management. Kate?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
So I'm presenting our annual service contract for the 2 communities that participate in our rural recycling site program and utilize the Public Act 69 funding mechanism. This contract is presented to the commissioners annually as part of our budget process and does require time for public comment if anyone has comment on it.
Do we have any comments?
Questions?
hasn't changed in 25 years.
It's not. It's been longer than that. This was established in, oh no, maybe it has been 25. It was right around, I think the program itself started in 1992, but this funding mechanism was like early 2000s.
I was being cute, Kate.
Yeah, no. I will gladly pull that number up for you. Yeah.
That's the one question I have. So with this being in my neck of the woods,
Uh-huh.
there's often times where the location in Fowler gets either misused or gets like there's people that dump trash there. Like somebody literally from out of the county was there dumping trash and threw out their trash with their address in it.
This
Like,
happened to all of our drop-off sites,
Right.
which is why 2 of them already closed this year after 30 years plus of service.
so I guess the only question I have is there anything that we can do on the county end to help with that or?
We do regular education and outreach on properly recycling, reading labels, contacting our office. When in doubt, throw it out. I just don't know how to get that to out-of-county residents. That if they don't follow our page, our Facebook page, or Twitter page, if they don't sign up for our e-newsletter, if they don't call our office, they don't get our mailer, like, I don't know how to reach those out-of-county or out-of-area residents that are doing the illegal dumping. Which is, like, again, why we had Maple Rapids was our other rural recycling site that just closed up in March because of chronic contamination. It just got to the point where their DPW guy couldn't keep up with it, regardless of how much outreach they did, because they're just focusing on the township and the village residents that are using it. That's their outreach, that's what they can do. So they switched to curbside recycling for their village residents. And then Watertown Township is another one that had chronic contamination issues, and they just closed up in August. And again, are encouraging residents to subscribe to curbside. But, yeah, so if anyone has ideas on how to reach out of county or out of area offenders, I'm all ears.
Cool.
Other people handle this with cameras that's, they get your license plate, or you just have certain hours of operation, you know, we're open from this time to this time, and we've had success with, you know, they're successful, if you know exactly who's causing the trouble, and you can.
That requires staff to supervise the site, staff to look at the camera footage, staff to follow up with the offenders, and our communities don't necessarily have staff to do that.
Okay, even if it's just like, you really only look at the cameras when there's an offense, but you're saying there's so much that it would really.
Right, I don't know how, I know the Village of Fowler, if they can find a name and address, they will reach out with a letter.
Yeah.
So the village does do that when they can. But again, that takes time, and not all of our sites have dedicated staff that can do that.
Yeah, I mean,
If this gets to the point one day where the village and the township decide no longer just to close the site altogether, what does this look like from our end, from the county?
So they have agreed to continue services for 2026. And we've started to have conversations about, instead of doing a 24/7 collection program, 1 to 2 weekends a month, similar to what they do in Westphalia and the Village of Elsie. I've had that conversation with a couple of, like a handful of municipalities that are interested. Same funding mechanism to help offset the cost. My department would help with outreach and education contracts. We would deal with any overage and costs for those contracts, which is what we do now for the site in Fowler. But nobody's like ready to make that commitment yet. So it's an ongoing conversation. We just continue to do education and outreach and stay in contact with my munis to let them know there is options. And we're happy to talk to them anytime they have any questions.
I just want to make a comment, as I was at Watertown's township meeting, and Granger was there, and they did talk about contamination rates. There is, and I know this might be a drive for some folks, but there is a 24-hour operations center off in Wood Street that take all recycled goods. And I also think Eagle is looking at curbside service, or they're going in that direction, he had mentioned.
The village or the township?
I believe the village, but I'm not 100%.
It was the town.
He did not decipher.
I can't remember. I talked to someone from Eagle too about once or twice a month recycling collection, but I can't remember if it was the village or the township.
I think it was the town, and if I remember right, because like Maple Rapids does curbside, but like everybody has to has to have it.
It's a single hauler contract with,
but-
one contractor,
But with Eagle's proximity a little bit closer to Granger, it's like you can sign, it's not like you're mandated to be in it. You can choose whether to be in it or not. is my
And you have
understanding. I that
Watertown.
wrong,
That's
but-
a subscription service,
Yeah.
right? So it's, everybody has to hire their own contractor, for waste or recycling, whereas some of our munis do have a single hauler contract for trash and recycling, or just trash, like City of Ovid just does trash. So yeah, we do have some single hauler contracts, but it's piecemeal based on population density.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I remember about 15 years ago, speaking of defrauding people of their service, that's what you call it when you dump your stuff in somebody else's trash receptacle. It happened right here in St. John's, down here to the, was that Clinton County Medical Center? They caught a guy dumping in theirs. He's not with us anymore, so I won't tell you his name, but he got real close to going to jail, so it happens.
It's
even
amazing when they
in
throw
St.
their,
John's.
when they throw their mail in there that has their name and address on it.
Then they get a surprise letter or a surprise visit from a police officer, which is, I've had done to people before, at a previous facility, Like, can you just go give them a visit, because they left some pretty personal information in the trash they threw at our driveway as they drove by.
All right, anything else? We do have a motion here to approve the annual plan as part of the Department of Waste budget process.
I'll make the motion.
This will also go up to the Board of Commissioners for
Correct.
final approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next up is administration, the MSU extension agreement.
Yes, included in your packet is the 2026 continuation agreement for services through MSU Extension. It does reflect a 3% increase from 2025, and it continues the same level of services and staff as outlined on the first page of the attachment and continuing on to the page 2 of the attachment. I have no other comments unless there are questions.
So just so folks know, MSU Extension, they provide subject matter areas such as agriculture, ag business, children and youth development, including 4-H, health and nutrition, and community, food, and environment. Educational programs.
Move to Move to recommend the 2026 agreement for extension services provided by Michigan State University.
Support.
I have been moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next up, administration.
Yes, included in your packet is a recurring annual resolution recognizing November as Homeless Awareness Month. The board has recognized or adopted such a resolution in the past. And with the expectation, I believe, just confirming that Housing and Homeless Coalition will be attending the November board meeting to discuss the issue of homelessness in the county.
All right, any discussion? I'll need a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
I will support.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Support. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, budget resolution. Don?
Yes, included in your packet for consideration is the proposed resolution to adopt the budget. I have included a red line version because I have restructured and incorporated some additional provisions within the resolution itself that were currently within a outdated policy. I'm referring specifically to the change you'll see in the first, be it resolved that there's a elimination of a reference to a separate budget adoption and amendment policy. That was most recently revised in 1993. On the third page of the proposed resolution, there are additional provisions in there which specifically address how budget amendments are presented to the Board of Commissioners for consideration. The other changes that are noted in, hopefully in green in your packet, those are reorganization. I changed those where those were located, so there will be a similar green elimination and a green addition. So those were the only structural changes to the resolution. And again, it was to simplify and clarify the budget amendment process and responsibilities of both administration and the Board of Commissioners. So unless there are questions about the resolution and/or the budget that was presented at the public hearing, I will entertain any questions I'll have on that.
Any questions for John?
Yeah, this goes to the board anyway, right? We're just this for information.
Absolutely, sir.
Any other questions? All right, I'll need a motion to adopt the 2025 resolution for Clinton County Budget, General Appropriation Act, and millage.
I make the motion, Mr. Chair, with one change, to recommend to the Board of Commissioners this budget resolution.
Understood.
You made the motion? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Zach, second. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. John, quarterly budget update.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually turn that over to Todd. We have reviewed conducted the quarterly review of the budget and are requesting consideration of some amendments to the current budget as Mr. Campbell will review and outline.
Thank you, John. Good morning again, Commissioners. As my cover memo states, 25 General Fund continues to be on target for the approved budget. The Register of Deeds, District Court, dog licenses, and inmate telephone revenue remains solid regarding the 25 budget projections. Additionally, no change with property tax and state revenue sharing remain the two main sources of revenue for the general fund. Also, due to conservative budgeting and increased interest rates, the general fund revenues from investment interest is more than 4 times the budgeted amount. Budget is, just for example, $250,000 for interest, and it's actually 1.4 million is what we've been received through the first 3 quarters. Clinton County remains in sound financial condition by anticipating areas of the budget that are subject to volatility and using cautious estimates to maintain overall stability. The priority of delivering consistent, high-quality services to the residents and businesses of the county continue to be met. As John mentioned, there are some budget adjustments. There's a total of 6 proposed. The first one is through the Local Corrections Training Fund, proposed increase of $19,000 due to an increase in corrections officer training. The adjustment would utilize a portion of the balance in the fund that is statutorily restricted for this use. The revenues in this fund are generated from the booking fees at the county jail. The IT fund, number two, the second one being proposed, IT fund proposed increase of $23,242 due to increases in cyber licenses and moving the TrueFile, which is a program used by the courts and the friend of the court, to the cloud. Both the expenses were anticipated, however, the increases were greater than the increases included in the adopted budget. The third proposed adjustment in the insurance fund, proposed increase of $700,000 due to the increase in insurance premiums experienced by switching to the West Michigan pool for health insurance, and the run-out of prescription and HRA claims on the expired program administered by Aquasure, which is the county's former third-party medical provider. The proposed adjustment will also include a transfer of $1 million from the general fund for the increased appropriation to the insurance fund. The remaining $300,000 is being recommended to be transferred after consultation with the county treasurer to ensure the insurance fund maintains adequate cash flow due to the biweekly payroll contribution funding mechanism that is utilized. The last three proposed adjustments are in the general fund. Excuse me. Three line items in the Board of Commissioners budget proposed to be adjusted, $60,000 for increased legal fees due to ongoing collective bargaining negotiations and legal consultations related to planning and zoning matters, $10,000 increase in advertising for public notices of zoning ordinance changes, and a $40,000 reduction in health insurance to reduce the amount of general fund balance to be utilized for the legal and advertising expenses. The fifth is, again, in the general fund, secondary road patrol grant. They received a one-time increase from the state in 2025. There are two lines that need to be adjusted. One is the salaries and wages at $14,123, and the machines and equipment line item for $26,582. Additional hours of secondary road patrols were utilized, and 2 road patrol cruisers were outfitted with the necessary equipment for secondary road patrol with additional funds. And the last proposed adjustment in the marijuana operations and oversight grant, that is, it's a pass-through from the state to the Mid-Michigan District Health Department for programming. The amount of the proposed adjustment is for $31,424 in both expenditures and revenue. Staff recommends approving those proposed third quarter budget adjustments, and we'll do our best to respond to any questions.
Any questions for Todd or John?
What was the legal fee for planning and zoning?
So for, when we reach out, if we need legal interpretation, if we have questions on whether it's an ordinance change, whether it's, if there's a question of, maybe it's a rezoning.
There wasn't a specific charge, I think.
Right, it was an accumulation of.
And up to if we request them to be present at a planning commission meeting, obviously there's a cost with that, so. Sorry.
Any further? Oops, I'm sorry.
No, he was.
Any other further discussion?
Just a question. Help me, John. Do we have counsel at all of our planning commission meetings?
No, we do our best to use our judgment to determine in advance whether we would make that request, but it's not a standing a meeting that they attend. Now, I will say in the last, retract that statement. All of the work we did with ordinance amendments was last year, so there was a routine presence when there were language revisions being considered and discussed. But at the present time, no, it is not a standing request.
I have a question.
Thanks.
Out of the 60,000 for legal fees, is the bulk of it for collective bargaining negotiations?
At this point, I would say yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
I'll reserve comments till later.
All right.
And this is all coming out of the general fund balance?
Yes.
Well, yes.
Did you have any more questions, Ed?
No, it was just, do we have a total dollar amount for all this in here?
Only other comment related to that, Commissioner, is that the other piece to the equation is that the favorable variance that Mr. Campbell referenced, like suggested or mentioned relative to those insurance earnings, those also go into that fund balance. And that that budget amendment is not done to increase the total budget at that time when it exceeds our original estimates, so.
On the insurance,
Yes, sir.
the $700,000, is that on top of what you already budgeted for? I mean, this is going into the new budget?
No, this is in the current budget, and thank you for raising that. The increases described in the 2026 proposed budget, those were being compared to the June 30th actual budget, which obviously did not reflect those increased premiums. So this will, and going back to the agreement, or the health insurance coverage that was approved by the Board of Commissioners in April to make the transition, that included an increase which is being added to this budget for the total of the $700,000. And those premiums will remain the same effective January 1 of 2026 through the end of the year. So it is not in addition to, it's changing the comparison, but based on the way we have presented the budget to you at the time. Now, as the memo or the communication described, there is also some termination costs that run out costs on claims from the expiring coverage related to the self-insured prescription claims and the HRA-funded reimbursement program. Those are, the HRA is still being slowly finalized, but that's about $200,000 of the cost in terms of changing. You don't see that until you make the change because it just becomes part of the ongoing monthly insurance costs. But when you change, you have to pay the old claims from the expired coverage and immediately pick up the premium costs that were approved May 1st. Did that adequately answer your question or further muddy the waters? I apologize if it did.
What's the, like a lot, like at my office, we're now choosing new.
Oh, the open enrollment period?
premiums and stuff. No, yeah.
Open enrollment is currently going on now. I think it closes October 31st for county employees. There's only one plan option. There are obviously varied levels of coverage, single, two-person, or family. But there is only one option available, and that is ongoing, and those premiums are not increasing January 1.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Brian, I added all the numbers up for you. $1,844,371.
That's what I got too.
I guess you could have it.
Okay, any other questions?
Like, I just, with that number in mind, is that being, like, for the proposal that you made for us for this coming year, are these kind of changes incorporated into that recommendation already? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the 2025 third quarter budget adjustments as presented.
Yeah, I'll make it.
Motion. A second. Dwight, any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Next up is audit contract extension.
Yes, I I requested an extension proposal from the current independent auditors, Raymond. Our current contract expires, or only extended through the fiscal year ending 2024. So we will need a new contract for the fiscal year ending 2025. Given the upcoming changes in the accounting finance department, I would recommend that we extend the current auditors. And I requested a proposal for those continued services. Also, as part of that, I requested the pricing to be broken out separately for the audit services itself, in anticipation of possibly needing some assistance in the financial statement preparation, which is currently done entirely in-house, as well as the F-65 preparation. I wanted to have pricing available if those services need to become or excuse me, become necessary. And also, there are changes this year in terms of the required threshold for the requirement of a federal single audit. The requirement, it increases from $750,000 to $1 million. Based on our projections and our analysis, we do not expect to have to be required to have a single audit. We think we will be under the $1 million threshold. So I asked for separate pricing, as you can see in the second paragraph. If we do not require the single audit, it would be a reduction in the fee of $3,500. I will do my best to entertain any questions or.
So is this a drawdown, or is this is to obtain the contract, the 43?
I'm requesting or recommending approval of the extension for the 3 years.
That would,
Yes.
okay, that's the cost, not a drawdown as services are provided, they're drawing down from that amount.
Well, there's, I think there's 4 billings is their typical practice, I think. There's a 30% upon commencement of field work.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yep, no, you answered the question. Thank you, John. Any other questions? All right, we have a recommendation to approve the proposal for extension of the audit services from Raymond dated October 15th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up, donation request, Sheriff.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Sheriff obviously communicated via email. He received notified of the request to receive some additional donations under the county donation policy, so.
What do you want to know?
What makes the world go round? No, so it looks like here, these are donation requests, so the money hasn't been received yet. These are just requests of potential donations that people want.
Well, I should clarify, one was received unsolicited via the mail, so there is
Oh,
a
they just
check,
sent it
there
in.
is a check has been secured, it has not been deposited.
And to be transparent, we just met with the lady this morning. She wrote 2 other checks.
They're in your possession, but they have
But
not
they
been
have not been
processed.
deposited or anything like that. We have them. We just got them this morning, but they haven't been deposited.
Okay, all right. So Clinton County Office for equipment and also for Sheriff's Office purposes, $5,000 and $30,000. Are there any questions? Do you know what you're gonna use it for? I mean, do you got some in the plans?
Yeah, we have plans. I mean, equipment, and our plan is 15,000 is gonna go into the dive team account, so that'll last for many, many years, and the other will go towards equipment.
Okay.
And the 5,000, I believe she wanted that for K-9, so that'll.
Do we know, I guess I'm just curious, is this common in other sheriff's departments?
No,
across
we're
the
very
state?
fortunate. We're very fortunate to live and work in a county where they appreciate law enforcement. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
It makes me feel like maybe we're not funding you adequately. That people in the county think that they're gonna have to donate.
No, this lady is out of the kindness of her heart. She's inherited a lot of money, and she has been thinking for quite a while as to how she wants to spend some of that. And she's a lifelong Clinton County resident, and she wants to help our community through our office, and we're very thankful to her.
That is great.
She's a wonderful person. And the other donor is, her son is a sergeant, or grandson's a sergeant with us.
I would agree with the statement the sheriff made. First part of the question, this is very unique, and we're very fortunate to have such members of the community.
Yeah.
I take that as a sign that you're doing something really good, so keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Commissioner.
Well, it's saving the taxpayers money.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a great thing, supportive services. All right, any other questions? All right, we do have a motion to approve and to accept the $5,000 donation and the $30,000 donation from the county resident.
So moved.
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Yep, thank you.
Bye, have fun.
All right, where are we at? 10:32, okay. Number 14, LEAP contract renewal.
Yeah, as has been discussed through the year during the development of the budget, the current agreement with LEAP expires December 31st, 2025. I did contact them regarding a renewal, and there are some minor changes within the scope to clarify. In my opinion, nothing significantly changed or substantively changed within the scope of services. As was mentioned during public comment, LEAP is proposing in the second and third year, a 3% inflationary increase. And those are the only other changes to the agreement that have been proposed, and I believe Emma is here to answer any questions the commissioners may have, so.
Good morning.
Morning.
If it's still morning. Do you want me to just walk through the changes? Would that be best for folks? Okay. So as proposed, really it was just refining scopes of services, primarily clarifying certain pieces. You'll see on letter F, you know, we just clarified essentially what the Port Lansing Next Michigan Development Corporation is, being at the Capital Area Regional Airport Authority, really just specifying, frankly, just shifts in words, communities, infrastructure needs, letter I, mainly just to make more clarification, frankly, within the space. We also clarified the office hours as well within St. John's, dedicating this. You may recall last year, we did try this out within the county building, and having a space here. We didn't get as many businesses coming in the door as we do right now with the coffee at Waypoint. We're really open to being flexible and are potentially considering kind of rotating that across the county. But we have seen an improvement compared to last year where we were kind of holding them in the basement. Not always approachable sometimes in that space for businesses or community members to come on in. So really that was just clarified. As you also recall on letter M, we actually provide monthly reports to Controller Fuentes. So we just clarified that those are not quarterly, they are monthly. And then as Controller Fuentes mentioned, the shift with the 3% beginning in 2027. I believe that was all that was, I guess, outstanding or very prominent, but happy to answer any additional questions that folks have.
Any questions?
In negotiating this contract, I'm wondering if there was consideration to a yearly contract renewal, or if there's some benefit in having it for 3.
Sure. I think when this contract was initially established, that was just the standard procedure essentially is to have the auto renewal. Of course, it does have the clause within it, 60-day notice if either party wish to either address or clarify or refine the role, so that it does allow that opportunity if something needed to be changed year over year. Mainly, I think part of the consideration is frankly budget planning and anticipation, and I think that supports just your planning and our planning as you look into the new year as well. So that's, I believe, what was discussed those years ago of that consideration.
In responding to that, I did not request a shorter term agreement. The expiring agreement was for a 3-year term, so I just requested a renewal along those same terms in terms of the time frame.
The one we're on now is a 3-year?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have something. I'd first like to thank Devin for coming to Elsie and having a listening session. I think, you're a great hire. You've done a great job. I think it would have been nice to have you all year, but we didn't. That's okay. And it was really nice to learn and see in person what you do, because I didn't really know. That being said, could you walk us through, we discussed this earlier in the year, but walk us through the other counties in the tri-county block that you serve as to what they pay versus what we pay. And secondly, there was a listening session this summer, and we had mentioned, it'd be really nice for the Clinton County folks to understand what you heard from us in those sessions. And so we haven't gotten that back as well. And so perhaps we could talk about
Sure.
those two things.
So the first piece is, for clarification, LEAP is the Economic Development Agency for the region. I think sometimes it can be misleading to have Lansing in our name, but we are regional in nature. We're very fortunate, I think, to have this three-county region, and actually are preparing to celebrate our 20-year anniversary next year. To the fact of the county economic development service contracts directly for economic development specific related activities. Ingham County, since I believe 2018, has been a contractor vice versa with us. They, just for backstory, originally had an office. I believe it was staffed by one person. They decided to transition that due to just costs associated with it. That contract, I do want to disclose, is fairly different. That is actually specific to 5 rural municipalities within Ingham County. So that includes Weberville, DDA. It includes Dansville, DDA. It includes City of Leslie, LDFA. It includes Vevay Township, DDA, and then Williamston, EDC. So that is specific, but what often happens, as you probably have encountered in your own roles, is you have the same people on same boards, and we often provide more of a holistic service to that jurisdiction. It also is includes the administration of the public board called the Ingham County Economic Development Corporation, and the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, which is responsible for passing any of the brownfield plans that may come up for a community that may not have their own individual board. So with that being said, that contract is $135,000 from Ingham County to LEAP. Eaton County does not have any existing economic development services contract within that realm. I think for clarification, each county is separately an individual member of LEAP. So that's where it differs. So Eaton County is a member of LEAP. Ingham County separately is a member of LEAP. Clinton County is separately a member of LEAP. And within that, we also have different municipalities as well that are members of LEAP. So does that help to clarify that first question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The second question related to the broader population study, we're actually trying to make it in a little bit more digestible form. It's completed. Bob Trezise, our president and CEO, is planning to have essentially a public launch of it where it's sent out to each of the individual counties with the invitation of doing a presentation, hopefully in the new year. So mainly it came down to timing, if I'm being honest, and the ability to share out that information. But yes, it's still very prominent, peace of mind, and is definitely planned to be shared wider. There was also within that 15 individual communities across the region that were part of a more direct study of anticipated budgets, housing, those types of things as well. And just to clarify, that is a regional LEAP initiative that necessarily wasn't specific to Clinton County, but of course, as we look at investigating and how to better serve and support, we cast these kind of regional initiatives so that we can understand where to improve our capacity, improve areas that we may have weaknesses at. We also do a small business survey, for example, every single year in September. So we take that information in to better support what we're doing, and we hold listening sessions for small businesses too, so. Thank you.
This kind of piggybacks a little bit on kind of the discussion here with Nicole, but Commissioner Frickus, I should say. So I guess can you just to kind of define the scope of what we're actually talking about here, can you speak to what the footprint of LEAP looks like in Clinton County with the contract and without the contract? Like I just kind of want to frame this conversation under that.
Yep, I would probably say that the level of microservices to encourage, for example, grant applications to any of the regional, state, or otherwise considered would not probably be in existence. There is typically a lot of how can I say it, notification, walking step by step on the processes that I would say is not typically offered without some level of that microservice. I think in addition, and we can speak on this also within the administrative report, there's a lot of direct business to business, small business retention visits. That's not really in our scope from a regional perspective. Just in full transparency, what our measurables usually focus on is your larger manufacturing or larger businesses that if they were to leave would create a significant impact on the Tri-County region. So we are doing the Main Street business retentions, which have been extremely valuable and we've had really great feedback on. In addition, just the perspective of having the focus on site readiness, specifically the micro infrastructure identification. In the past month in September, we submitted a $2.9 million grant for site infrastructure between Bingham Township that would also benefit the city of St. John's. That likely would not have happened without this contract, to be frank. I think a lot of the microservices, having a office hours up here, meeting with businesses, any of the evening meetings, including, for example, the LC listening session, will likely not happen without an individual service like this.
So like things like the efforts behind like the Glambia plant, does that fall underneath this contract or does that fall underneath the regional, I guess, I just
Yeah.
try to define that line between what's.
Yep. Glambia was a regional leap attraction project. And I understand that it sometimes gets confusing. I think where Devin really speaks to the individual Clinton County efforts is identifying those types of sites or identifying those opportunities of growth. We, I think, have spoken a little bit about the Bingham Township, St. John's water infrastructure and other pieces. That's a really key piece for the M21 corridor to get further developed. Additional things that could be included is we've been notified by some communities when a property may be vacated and making sure that that is site ready and prepared appropriately so that it could be marketed for a new or potential development. So those individual conversations that happen are part of that. We, of course, always are looking to attract businesses that meet the community needs and the local desires as well. So that goes hand in hand, but that micro ability to understand the economy, the area that there might be a vacated space, whether it's a small business or otherwise, is the micro contract version of that.
Mr. Chair?
If I could add to that too, just real quick. I've been to over 20-plus small businesses inside of Clinton County. I've also held listening sessions. I've been to a lot of the areas in Clinton County. I've seen big developments happen, and what are these smaller townships and villages going to do when this big development does happen? So we're getting ready to gear up for things like that. Yeah, my efforts here, I've been on the ground, I've been all over, and I've been visiting with municipalities, small business owners, and finding free resources for these small business owners to stay in your county. Whether it be succession planning, financial planning, we have resources, partners, local partners that we can reach out to provide those resources to these small businesses to stay in your county. So I'm a big Clinton County advocate, and I want to see businesses thrive in Clinton County. So thank you.
Just so everybody's clear, the contract for LEAP came from Cam Washburn, who was then chair of Clinton County, who was very involved in LEAP, and he brought us the concept of the contract, whether that be 5 years ago, something like that. Those of you who remember, he was very good guy up in Duplain Township, up in Ovid. He was your commissioner for a number of years, did a great job. He was also the township supervisor in Duplain forever. And he was the one who brought us the concept of the LEAP contract beyond our membership. It wasn't anybody else, it was Cam Washburn, and we all agreed with him at the time.
And to piggyback on that, the membership and the contract are two separate, like the membership's not within the scope of the contract, that's a separate decision.
That's correct. Yep, so that would be even for Controller Fuentes, I believe that's a separate line item that you would approve each year.
Is the,
More comment.
go ahead, Bob.
I've heard it said from people over the last couple of years that we are on the board of directors of LEAP. That's not quite true. We have about 4 meetings, 5 meetings a year, where every member of LEAP, be it a city, a township, a village, us, or a business, we are all considered being on a board of directors. The actual business part is run by how many business, a 15-member board?
Executive committee, correct? Yep.
And that's on purpose, so there won't be a conflict of interest for those of us who are in the governmental.
They're all private sector,
Yeah,
intentionally
it's all
so.
private contractors. LEAP is funded mostly by businesses, not from the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan provides no funding to them for their operations. Of course, they go after grants from the Fed and the state. But I just want to be clear on it. When I hear that we're on a board of directors, that is not really true. In fact, any of you in this room could go to a board of directors meeting. It's once every quarter or so, and help yourself to the coffee, and we hear what the 15-member board is doing along with management. So it's not like that Clinton County's got some super role. We don't. Neither does any other municipality. In fact, we're not allowed to be on the board of directors because of a conflict, on this, what do you call that board? What is it?
The executive committee.
What is it?
The executive committee.
Yeah, the executive, we're not on that. No municipalities on that. So I have that clarified.
Yep, and there's typically just one voting member for each membership, if you will. That is currently Commissioner DeLong. However, that invitation for participation in that meeting, as Commissioner Bob Showers mentioned, could be extended to everyone. And that goes the same for actually any board member as well.
Commissioner Washington?
There's been some comments about Michigan Economic Development Corporation, and I was wondering if you would give some response to some of those concerns.
Sure. I think from what I understood in the public comment, there's a few different perhaps concerns, so I'm making assumptions based on what was said. So as folks may or may not be aware, the state passed their budget finally earlier this month, and as part of that, there were some shifts within essentially programmatic line items for Michigan Economic Development Corporation related activities. That included the Michigan Growth Office that you may have heard of, that was created, I believe now 2 months ago. Chief Growth Officer Hillary Doe, that was significantly cut. I believe they only have funding for the next 3 months, and then that will no longer exist from my understanding as a department. In addition, another cut was the Talent Action Team that was in coordination with LEO and MEDC to support employers that had rampant hiring needs. That was typically a statewide coordination with local K-12 schools, universities, with those employers that might need skilled trades or other essentially very high timelines and ramp-ups. So that, from my understanding, was cut. I believe that the other significant cut was $100 million to $60 million-ish for a program that is supported called the Business Development Program, that is also inclusive of the Community Revitalization Program, that is your grants for typically mixed-use developments. So that was cut. That is my understanding of the budget. As is, I think I'm probably maybe providing the same analysis that folks who have read the legislative allocations could. As I think somebody mentioned here, LEAP is not solely reliant on MEDC to operate. Our operational funds are through our membership. It just allows us to explore or add in different initiatives or programs that we are pursuing.
So from your answer, can I expect that there'll be a cut of services? Because of the,
From MEDC to communities, or?
I guess I'm understanding it's MED LEAP to the counties.
No, for clarification, MEDC does not fund LEAP operationally. Yep.
We have nothing to do with MEDC. It's a totally separate
Yep.
organization.
So the pass-through of grants, perhaps, the $2.9 million grant that we did apply for site readiness, infrastructure, et cetera, that funding is still there from my understanding. They may be slowing down allocations. I'm not sure. So it more of as grant pass-through, I guess, would be the better answer, I think, to your question.
I feel like this is maybe, this piggybacks off of your question. When we were in Elsie, I had such a great time, and there was a person from the MEDC
Yeah,
there.
Rachel Elsinga.
And so it was really a discussion of, you know, how to get a strategy and a vision together for that community. And the person from the MEDC referenced so many different programs. And so, and I really thought that was the value that Devin brought, was coordinating the listening and all the things. But I'm curious, out of all those really good ideas that were thrown out in that particular meeting, it sounds like some of those kind of programs are cut, meaning, you know, for our communities and the value of this for our communities and them being able to take advantage of this. Is that what got more hit? from
Not
MEDC?
necessarily. I think it's going to be more competitive. We're still waiting on the procedures that will be outlined by MEDC after these impacts. I think they're still adjusting their budget, to be honest. So again, my guess is kind of reading in the tea leaves. From what I understand, the programs that are essentially those to direct communities, for example, the Main Street program, the Redevelopment Ready Community program, those are all still in full functioning, if you will. It might be more of an administrative slowdown or perhaps more competitive in a grant application. But no, those resources are still available. And there's also a number of resources that were actually enacted by Governor Engler. That is your traditional commercial rehab act, for example. That economic toolbox is still existent and in continuation. A lot of your public acts that were already instituted with like an LDFA or DDA are still around.
Okay.
So, to my knowledge, the Source Fund is no longer funded by the state of Michigan. The Strategic Outreach and Attraction Reserve Fund, $0 have been appropriated to that fund. That fund is appropriated by the legislature to the Michigan Strategic Board. And then those funds can be appropriated to MEDC. So with that funding no longer there for MEDC, on the grant side of things, and when LEAP does have some grants, or could apply for grants, it's really going to diminish. You're not going to have that opportunity there because that funding revenue stream isn't there on the grant side. So that's going to make it difficult for LEAP to apply for grants because the funding isn't there.
If we had an eligible project, sure.
Yeah.
At this time, we do not have any eligible projects in the pipeline.
And I think
That
that's
would
about
be-
$500,000.
Yep, I think it's 600.
Or
yep.
$500 million.
Yep, $600 million. Right now, we don't have any applications, I guess you could say, across the Tri-County region that have applied through or for SOAR funds. So for us, I guess in the immediate future, that does not impact us directly. It does impact, I think, broadly speaking, attraction efforts for the state of Michigan.
But it's not going to eliminate your ability to apply for grant funds because those funds aren't there. So I would think.
We didn't
that
have
would-
any eligible projects, I guess, to.
But if you did,
Sure, I mean, I guess it would.
I mean, in the past, you've had eligible projects.
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But we didn't have any planned, again, for the Tri-County region at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we do have a motion for a resolution, a 2025 resolution to adopt the 2026 Clinton County, whoops, sorry, wrong page. Whoops. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. So we do have a suggested action regarding the proposed contract renewal with, we have a motion, we need a motion to approve that contract.
To recommend approval to the
Or
board,
recommend
yes.
approval to the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Would this particular contract allow for, we're redoing our comprehensive land use plan through the planning and zoning office. And from what I learned at that listening session, a lot of the solutions that can come forth for communities has a lot to do with the way the ordinances are written. That allows, people to do the change they want. And do you ever work directly with some of those listening, efforts with stakeholders for the developments of those plans? Because it seems like those two things go hand in hand, defining where your land use is, and I'm not sure if this contract language really, represents that as any sort of goal of ours, but that is something you can do, and you find value.
Yep, we have in the past. It's a great opportunity to expand what that could look like for us. We have participated in listening sessions or stakeholder engagements. We've done it anywhere from Clinton County Blue Bus Master Plan as they are evaluating projects to individualized communities. And when we're happy to provide that feedback, sometimes we're also asked to provide where are potential growth opportunities. You especially see this in Delta Township. They have a corridor of 10,000 people, for example. This can be also applied for us if that question were to be asked by, whether they're working with a planning company or otherwise. So yes, we're happy to support in any way if the community so wishes as they discuss, but you're absolutely correct. Planning and economic development go hand in hand. They're our partners, and that is really what guides future economic development growth. So we're more than eager and happy to help where that is. We are not certified planners. That is not our role or decision-making, of course. But yes, always happy to support that conversation should that be needed. A lot of times too, it's interesting. We also, as you may or may not know, support the Capital Area Child Care Coalition. And we've identified zoning ordinances that are prohibitive actually to child care facilities. And so that's been some of the work that we've done on a regional LEAP side. But yes, happy to assist, help. If there's any data we can help provide as well. Sometimes it's large employment industry numbers or something similar. We can help with that.
Partner in that process.
Mr. Chair, there's really not a motion involved here. Simply says discussion regarding proposed contract. That would come to the board for
Well,
discussion.
the approval, I think in order for the board to consider it, there would be a recommendation, or should be a recommendation from the committee. Maybe that,
Well, if that's the case, I ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Penny will take a roll call vote. We have a motion, it's been second.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurdican?
No.
Commissioner Fix?
I'm going to preface my vote with some statements. I value what you do, and I see value in a partnership as this is written, as a 3-year package. I have to vote no, but I would be open to working on something else.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Showers?
Yes.
Commissioner Burdette?
No.
So you didn't vote.
motion fails.
Bruce, did you get the vote?
I can't vote.
He doesn't get to vote. at
I
this
don't vote
meeting.
to the board.
So does this mean this doesn't go before the board?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
It was not,
Vote it down.
based on the recommendation, or excuse me, based on the results of that, motion, no. It was not recommended from committee.
But we still have the opportunity to put forth something different if we wanted to. If
Yes.
It is in the budget.
If it was in the desire of
It
the
is
board
in the
to do.
budget. It is in the budget. So there could be further discussion on that, yes. Correct, John?
Yes, I mean, it will be up to I'm gonna preface this by saying, you made a comment about a shorter term. Are you requesting me, or are you making a motion to have direction to, administration to discuss that with LEAP? I mean, I need to know what,
I know. I guess that probably should have come up in discussion as far as the nuances with this. I think, me personally, I would be more comfortable with something that was a shorter term and had some different language with respect to development. Because those are those two things that's been, there's been a lot of heartburn with respect to development. And I know that just making sure that our language protects our people and does what we want. I think since we've had so many things, that would be perhaps useful if.
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
When I first was elected chair, one of the first things I did was meet with Bob from LEAP. Because I don't want another Eagle. I made it very clear to LEAP, is that if they approached a jurisdiction, that jurisdiction wanted nothing to do with the development, they were to step away. I think that's been very clear. I don't know that all you guys realize the services they provide. The experience I've had with small business, because I talk to small business all the time. I talk to big business, even with bigger business, they've had a good effect on them, for them. And I don't necessarily think the public realizes the value of what LEAP provides. There is a lot of hidden stuff that they do and help with. They help with the chambers, with information, with programs. They are very active with existing business. It's not all about recruiting new. It's about keeping what we have. So everything they do is not trying to get that big business to come into our county. And I don't know that our county wants that. We want homeowners. We want property tax. We want to be able to keep our millage as reasonable as we can, operating millage. But now, if this was a full vote, they would pass today, because I would vote yes. I just want everybody to know that. I see their value. I experience their value daily because of my context that I have. I do feel there's value. I know the jurisdictions I represent, as far as the city of St. John's and Bingham Township, know there's value. I do want to touch on a talk that Zach and I had. Some of the smaller townships, no. They don't. They don't see the, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna pick on them. I'm just gonna use Essex Township. Essex Township is probably not gonna get a big commercial development. It's not gonna happen. Mainly because of water, sewer. The amenities are not there to support it. But, okay, in and around the city of St. John's, in Bingham Township, there's quite a bit of space to deal with a larger development like that. But what I'm hoping, and I think there's a turn, not all of our youth want to go to Chicago and live anymore. Some of them are starting to pick the rural aspect because of now they can get good internet. What I'm looking for is residential development in and around. Not everybody wants to live into a township. I don't. I got nothing against the township. I just don't want to live there. So the bad thing that LEAP has hanging over their head is Eagle Township. If we look into that some more, there's more information there that can be found. It's not LEAP's fault. It's not Eagle Township's former. Yeah, they signed NDAs. Okay, that's a mistake, but it's end of the deal. I mean, it's not. I personally wouldn't sign one, but I support LEAP. Not because of the businesses I deal with, which is several in the county, not only St. John's, because we go all over. I recommend to any township people that I talk to, not even my own. I've talked to several townships for contacts with signs. Call LEAP, they can help you. the charge is covered because Clinton County's covering it to provide this person to help. Honestly, we're saving our townships, the ones that would, you know, buck up some money to do it. I mean, we're saving them some money by this contract. There's a lot of value there, and I can't name it all until you start seeing it and talking to people in regards in the business world. I mean, the existing business retention is very important. When 6 to 7, maybe to 10 years ago, downtown St. John's had an excess of 50 open spots. Look around. There's not many left. We have occupants in buildings. There's not many empty spots. And a lot of that's to help, or came from LEAP. It's small business. It's not the big gimungo. It ties back to a lot of small business. Okay, they brought us Glambia. Big, huge. Huge. Along with Glambia came Proliant. Nobody knows about Proliant. They're a whey manufacturer. I know about Proliant because I deal with them. And if you're not dealing with it directly, it looks like a waste of money. I'm telling you, it's not. That's my 2 cents. I won't take any more time. But if this was to the full board today and I could vote, this would pass because I do support it. I do support it for my jurisdictions and everybody else's. And I guess I'm gonna leave it at that.
Right. No, I appreciate the insight, Bruce. I truly do.
There's a lot of depth there that a lot of people don't see. And there really is. General person, you're not gonna see it because you don't go into these businesses and talk the way I do. And when you're talking business to development, how can we help? It's a big difference. So.
Commissioner Fix.
I think there would be value in seeking an additional revision of some sort of contract for us to look at. I do think a 1 year would be good, at the very most, or even if it could be just some sort of agreement. It would be nice to have some stronger language with respect to the efforts to partner with some of the more rural, focus on the rural townships and cities, because they don't have the businesses, but they struggle, you know, with strategic planning themselves and doing some of this, you know,
Obviously, I'm not able to speak for LEAP regarding their interest in a shorter term. And I'm sure Emma's not able to speak on behalf of Mr. Trezise, but if that is the direction that I'm provided, I'm certainly able to do that. And based on the discussion and action or result of the motion, that would be for consideration next month, is what?
I mean, what if we looked at a 1-year contract with an option to extend? If that's easier on, you know what with a simple
Well, I mean, that.
extension clause,
It's
or a
certainly
renewal.
something that could be considered, sir, and so that's the direction I'm given. I can certainly work to that end for further discussion next month.
I just want to add to this conversation that my biggest concern with this, even if we go to a 1-year just the mix of tax dollars with economic development is my big hiccup for me personally. Like, when we talked about the Eagle site, I'm not gonna rehash that, but for me personally, like, if Tim Fair was sitting here with Catalyst, I'd have the same concerns. It just, I know we're offering this to every business in the county, but I just don't see how you go down this path without some folks benefiting and some folks not. And that's the biggest concern for me personally.
It's not every business. If Dwight wanted to start a business today, you know where I would send him? You go talk to Lee. They can help you on a startup. Information. That's, I mean, there, and I admit, there's not value to every single person in the county. Okay? There's not value to every single person in the county that we have a sheriff. Because we don't need them, or we don't use them. But there's not value of every single person in the county on a prosecutor or a treasurer. Well, I guess every single should be experienced. Sorry about that. But do you see what I mean? It's not every program hits every person. They can help people with startups. I know, didn't you guys partner with the chamber recently on that? Yeah. But they ran, the St. John's Chamber ran a program where you gave them a pitch on a startup business with a grand prize, which these guys have helped with. It's literally, several of these businesses are in business today. I mean, they've been sending out emails. Hey, here's an update of what this business is doing because they did open a storefront. So.
I have one more. In the further inquiry, I would be interested to know if there is any appetite for potentially addressing the fact that we did not have a full-time person all year, meaning we had one person that left, then we had another person that left, and then we had a third person. Like, as we move forward, would there be any appetite for a reduction in a one-year contract for next year to sort of address that? And I don't want to belabor this anymore, but I just.
Well, I would say, and I don't know what LEAP's response would be, but they did not have a full-time person. However, they backfilled that with other staff's time. Ms. Bostwick was heavily involved in filling that gap
That's correct.
during those interim periods. So I do not feel that there was a break in service overall, because I have those monthly updates with a representative from LEAP, which typically, or during that time, was Emma. We continue to benefit and be provided those services.
For clarification, this is a contract for services for all of LEAP. So that includes our marketing department, it includes our small business innovation department, it includes our regional growth department where Devin Pingle is currently located, but that includes all of LEAP. You have both of us here today. You have all of us working on projects, all of us working with small businesses across our entire 16-person team, including all of our marketing, our presidential, whether it's just meeting with a company who is interested in investing, perhaps it's at the Port Lansing Next Michigan Development Corporation to pass certain language to support NIOWAVE. It's all of us. So just for clarification, I understand that the one person who acts as the liaison can sometimes be seen as the only person serving the contract. It's a contract for services for all of LEAP, and that is also the same in Ingham County for all of LEAP.
I also like that. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay with LEAP. So as long as you guys keep funding the contract, I will be here, whether it be 20, 30 years, I'm here.
Based on the direction and the discussion, I will have further discussion for consideration next month.
And I just, real quick, I've heard my district is kind of mixed of rural and urban. I heard clearly from the urban folks, their position on LEAP. And I took that in consideration. I think I'm gonna try to take a deeper dive into DeWitt Township, which is part of my district, and also Watertown, and talk to some of those businesses along Grand River. I personally want to hear from them, and that was my reasoning for voting, is my constituents, the majority of my constituents do not want LEAP. And I don't know if that's something that you guys can work on your end, maybe in those districts, where you can educate them and show them, come to our township meetings, come to Olive, come to Riley, come to Watertown, come to DeWitt Township, which you probably do come to some of those, I think DeWitt Township, but explain to those people, because part of it is, when you want to move something, you have to educate, and I think that education piece right now is maybe kind of lacking for some of them, to give them a better understanding, but still, and I don't want to rehash this, but because of the Eagle mega site, and my district is just adjacent to that, even a part of it, that cloud hangs very, very heavy over that area, heavy, heavy. And I mean, it's still talked about today. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but I just wanted to let you know that, so. But thank you.
If I may add that Bath has appreciated your services. There still was some of that impact from the Eagle site, so there is a little bit of uncertainty there, but there's also, we do appreciate what you're doing.
Okay, we're at 20 after, I think we need to take a break. I can see Bruce's eyes floating over there, so.
Alrighty,
Yeah, I'm getting hungry.
nothing else confrontational on the agenda, right?
what
So nothing else left confrontational on the agenda, right?
Okay.
All right, we're gonna resume here.
Can I make one correction to my statement?
Oh, yeah.
In regards to I'm gonna use police services. Directly, I don't benefit. Indirectly, I benefit. There's a little bit of difference of how I stated it. Indirectly, I do benefit from police services because they patrol my area, directly, I'm not typically needing that type of service.
Don't utilize the service regularly.
Right, that's what I meant. So, I just wanted to correct that.
All right, well, thanks for the clarification. Okay, next on the agenda is planning update, administration.
Yes, there was no meeting in October. It was canceled due to a lack of cases. And hopefully all of you have the amended resolution in front of you. And anyone who did not receive a copy earlier, I think there's still some more available there. And so it's presented for your discussion and consideration, so.
All right. Has everybody had an opportunity to read the new resolution? There is a new resolution that wasn't included in the original packet that was sent out or on the website. I don't think it's been updated yet.
Did you,
I
it
have
did,
not.
no,
Okay.
there are extra copies available.
There
on
are
the
some
table.
amended version of this. So to get the opportunity to read it. I'm going to give a little context around this, just so it's clear and how this kind of came about. I think it's kind of important because there seems to be some misinformation floating around. So after the Planning Commission meeting, it was brought to my attention by the Planning Commission chair that statements were made in relations to the decisions that some of the planning commissioners made on the board that were concerning. I was standing there, Commissioner Rudak was standing there, the planning director, Lynn Wilson, was standing there. So my responsibility, and I'm the liaison between the board and the planning commission, is to find out these concerns that the chair had, and if they were true, what transpired. So it is our obligation as commissioners and sworn officials of Clinton County to uphold the integrity and to mitigate any cost or lawsuits that could be brought against the county. So I look and view my job here at the ways and means, and probably all of us commissioners do, is we protect the county's assets. That's a very, very important piece of our job. So at that point, I contacted our administration. This is the issue, this was brought to my attention, I'm bringing it to your attention. What should we do? How do we proceed? The recommendation was to have a meeting and to hear the other side of the story, because we haven't heard it from the other four planning commissioners. Otherwise, we'd only have one side of the story. So that would not be a complete investigation. Or a meeting, I guess, not an investigation, I'm gonna correct myself, a meeting. To understand what happened and what was said. Try to get to the bottom of things here. Because you have to remember one thing, we had an applicant, and this applicant is Clinton County, has a piece of property in Clinton County. And we as a board have certain laws that we need to follow, and those are the ordinances. Those are also the recommendations of the individuals involving when we make a decision, whether that be the sheriff's office, the planning, or the road commission, amongst other. They are part of this process. And it was determined that during our meeting, we heard from these individuals. And I can I can tell you, I have copious notes here of what was said. I also have a recording if you would like to hear that. So I just want to clear any misinformation. So some of the things, and this is what I heard, not from one individual's, but I'm not going to say who said it, I'm just going to tell you what I heard. I heard there was an issue in Westphalia. There was 80 acres in Westphalia on the same planning commission meeting that was approved. Same situation as the one in Duplain, which was 5 acres. Westphalia was approved. Duplain, they were denied the rezoning. And the only thing that we were focused on is rezoning. We have no control over the split. If that's what they want to do, that is not our task. I think the legal counsel and the planning director made that very clear, several, not only to the planning commission, but also to us as Board of Commissioners when it came up to the board. So getting back, some of the things that I heard was, we don't know these people. I'm concerned with how much money they're gonna make off on the property. The soil in Westphalia couldn't be used for anything else, and that's the reason why I approved it, because it was a mining. It would take years upon years for that topsoil to be regenerated. That's the reason why that one was approved, as opposed to the one in Duplain. I also heard spot zoning. That was the main claim when I came in, spot zoning, and I'm like, well, there seems to be a little confusion. So let's have legal counsel come up and explain what spot zoning is. Let's have the planning director come up and explain what spot zoning is, because that was the initial claim. Not only did they define it, they also gave examples of what is and what isn't, taking in consideration the future zoning and planning map, which this piece of property was in the future land use map to be rezoned. So I want to make that clear. That's a map that is what the county uses to determine rezoning. That's part of the puzzle. That's part of our packet. That's the reason why it's in there. I also heard from an individual, well, I just don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? Well, I just don't know sometimes. That's a quote unquote. So I don't know what that actually means. To me, it came across as, I just don't know what I'm doing. So it raises a level of concern. And us as Board of Commissioners, we're a body. We're one. We're a body. And when things come up to us as Board of Commissioners from the Planning Commission or any other commission, we expect that they did the due diligence, they researched it, they're giving a recommendation based on their facts of finding to the Board of Commissioners to vote on. So we should have full faith and credit in that planning commission to know that what's coming up to us, if we vote yes on it, we're good, if that was the recommendation coming from the planning commission. So we have full faith and integrity in that. We have to have that. We have to have that credibility there. So part of the investigation, and I'm trained in white collar crime, I've done several meetings to fact find. I've done it for several years. I've been trained by not only the FBI, but the White Collar Crime Institution. So I do know how to conduct these. I do know how to fact find. And I am the Planning Commission liaison. There's nobody else that's gonna do it but me, because I am the liaison. It just so happens that I also sit on the Planning Commission. I also was told that I knew these people, their family, their friends. I asked to be recused during the meeting, which I wasn't at, nor was the chair at, the planning chair, that I asked to be recused during the meeting. Well, we went back and looked at the minutes. There was nothing in the minutes about this individual being asked to be recused, nor was there anything in the recording of the meeting. So I'm not for sure what to believe. There was concerns about a developer moving in. They're not from here. We don't know them. I don't know any of this language that's in the ordinance, and the ordinance is a law that we need to follow. And that is what we follow in our packets to make determinations. Now, this has been, I've heard the term interrogation, bullying and things. So what would you want? You don't want us to seek the other side of the story? Because that's what I'm hearing. And what's really interesting is in my training that I've had through the FBI and the white collar crime, the number one thing that individuals do when they don't have a defense is they attack you personally. And that's exactly what I've seen here, because you don't have a defense. I didn't hear from one single planning commissioner, and it's in our packets when we go to deny or approve or table a motion or an applicant, according to and pursuant as 7 criteria outlined, subsection 7.21E2 of the zoning ordinance. And if that had been met or not, not a single planning commissioner could tell me and give me a reason under those criteria why it was denied. So, and those are the guidelines that we have to follow. And if we don't, then and what will happen is the township is requesting something, but the county is at a liability, meaning your tax dollars and at the county level will pay for any sort of lawsuit that would have been brought against the county. And that's what we're trying to mitigate. That's what we're trying to protect, the county's assets. So with that, I just want to say that when people say, I feel I've been interrogated, I feel this, I feel that, it has nothing to do with that. It's like we're trying to get to a point where we have full faith and trust in that planning commission. That's the point, and that they're following the law. And there was admission that, yeah, I probably should have done something different. There was that was said. There was another accusation where an individual accused the planning commission chair of potentially having an investment in this property, which is the farthest thing from the truth from what I know. But if somebody wants to make those accusations, I suggest you do your due diligence and seek that out rather than to say that. So this was an opportunity for the other side that voted. I mean, it was 3-4, we all know, came up to the board, we voted it down, or we actually sent it back and saying, hey, you guys kind of need to correct your homework, for a lack of terms. And nothing changed. And I tried to say some things, nobody wanted to listen. Perfectly fine, that's your prerogative. Came back up to the board with the same vote, and all of these commissioners spoke their voice when they voted it down, 7-0. So I think that's a clear indication. I think the indication was when we initially sent it back, we were expecting like, hey, do some more research, figure this out, come to some sort of consensus, because right now you're not on the same page. And I know there were several letters submitted to the board. I'm gonna read the letter because the real victim here is the applicant. So let's not distract this any more than what it is. The victim here is the applicant, who's entitled by law to have that property rezoned. They have that opportunity. And I'm gonna read what I received, and I'm gonna submit this into the record, what I received from the applicant. And the partner in this is Matthew Poff. He wrote, to whom it may concern, I am writing to express our full support and appreciation for Commissioner Brian Hurdicant in connection with the recent matter involving our company's efforts to split 5-acre parcel into 2.5-acre lots, which that is not what was in front of us. I need to correct that. That is not what was in front of us as a board. We have nothing to do with the splits. The splits go to the planning director to approve, and then they go to the Duplain assessor for final approval. He also continues on to say, from the beginning, our team followed the appropriate procedures and aligned our proposal with the county's future land use map, which specifically designates this parcel for this type of development we propose. Despite this, our request was repeatedly voted down without clear justification. We made multiple attempts to communicate with the township officials for communication, but our calls and inquiries went unanswered. What made the situation even more concerning was that neighboring parcels were approved for identical lot splits, either previously or concurrently under the same zoning intentions. This inconsistency led to us to feel as though our project was being singled out unfairly. At our initial meeting with the township treasurer, appeared and voiced opposition to our request, offering reasoning that amounted to a little more than it's always been farmland and should remain farmland. This statement seemed to contradict the county's own future zoning and plan and raise concerns about personal influence or coercion rather than an objective review based on established guidelines and fair land use principles. Throughout this process, Commissioner Hurticant stood out as a voice of fairness, integrity, and reason. He took the time to understand the facts, review the future land use plan, and recognize that our proposal had consistent with the county's own long-term vision. His efforts ensured that our project was ultimately approved, a decision based on merit, policy, and fairness, not politics. Commissioner Hurticant should be commended, not criticized, for his actions. He upheld the integrity of the county's development plan, demonstrated professionalism under pressure, and ensured that fairness and transparency prevailed in the situation that could have easily been swayed by personal relationships or subjective opinions. Respectfully, Matthew Paugh. So let me just be clear. If this hadn't have passed, they would have brought a lawsuit against the county. Is that what we want? So I don't think it is. You know, and I can also read some minutes here real quick from the Planning Commission meeting. And this even goes in to say that Brian Hurticant asked for clarification on spot zoning. Lynn Wilson responded with an example of rezoning a specific parcel of land within a larger zoned area when the rezoning would not agree with the county's master plan and current zoning restrictions. Lori Genovich, the county's legal counsel, agreed with Ms. Wilson's example of spot zoning and added that spot zoning means that you are taking a partial and for reasons that have nothing to do with the future land use map or long-term planning, rezoning it because someone decides they want it rezoned, typically for their economic benefit. That was what was given to the Planning Commission. And we pay for that legal counsel. And so if we don't follow legal counsel's advice, what are we doing? We're setting the county up for a lawsuit. Why would we invest taxpayer dollars into legal counsel and not use their advice, or at least consider it? And the planning director even gave that example. And I asked that specifically because spot zoning was not, that claim there was dismissed by their expertise. These are experts, and I think we should take their advice. I'm trying to think what else I want to say.
I would like.
Go ahead,
to-
Commissioner
To
Fickus.
say a few things. I just want to recognize that as commissioners, we are responsible for making decisions that minimize the legal and financial risk for the county. And at the same time, people make mistakes, and we can sit here and talk about the past that we can't change, or we can have a discussion about how we can work together to strengthen what we have. I feel like when we all met, there appeared to be a misunderstanding of the interpretive discretion as it pertains to land use decisions. And I feel that it's been long overdue for our board to just discuss how we see the future of planning and zoning and how we operate and sort of how we put our best foot forward as we come into the new year. And we're going to be redoing a new comprehensive land use plan, and we're got an open position for a director. And I feel like these are such unique decisions. They're not like the normal decisions that get made at this table where we're looking at different types of softwares and things that the department heads have locked up. You know, this is people's livelihoods. And I really want to come to a solution here today so that we can continue to try to work together. And the attempt here is that we're going to try to address this with some training. And it might be fair for some of us board members to get trained as well, so we better understand how things work. I just really, I value the work that is done here, and I value individual opinion. I just know that when it comes to this type of stuff, there are criteria and there are specifications, and it would really be great for us all to revisit that and learn and commit to making objective decisions to the best of our ability.
Just a further comment, I've heard, everything from airing the county's dirty laundry. Don't you as taxpayers deserve do you want to pay your tax dollars paying for half of the movie or the full movie? Do you not want to know? Because if you clearly don't want to know, for instance, you look up here at ELSI, I'm gonna use them as a prime example, embezzlement. If we have an embezzlement in the county, should we just sweep it under the rug and not say anything to the general public? Those are your tax dollars. Shouldn't you know about it? These are your tax dollars. So my point is there's a level of disclosure. This is a public body, and the public deserves to know and have full transparency. That's what I'm about. And I think, and I know, because I've heard from several people, that they deserve transparency. These folks that applied for that parcel of land to have it rezoned deserved all the same fairness as anybody else in that county. We cannot pick and choose who we want living in our township because they don't live here. They're not from here. I don't know them. They're gonna make too much money. I don't know what they're gonna do with the land. None of that is in the ordinance. That's all, that's stuff that isn't even taken in consideration, should not be taken in consideration, because that's gonna lead to inconsistencies, and that will lead to a lawsuit that, because of the township making that decision, they have, or want, making their recommendation to the board, they want all of the input, but all of the liability lays on us here at the county, not the township. So why should the decision be made at a township level and then the county be responsible for their actions? I just don't understand that. Somebody would have to, and if a lawsuit came up, we're paying for it at the county level. So that's where I'm at. I talked, just so you know, I did not write the resolution. The resolution was written by administration. So I want to make that very clear. I asked for 2 individuals initially in there, not 4. That was another commissioner that wanted all 4 included. So I think there's a lot of information that people are jumping to conclusions without having the full picture here. And that's what I'm giving you, transparency. I'm trying to give you the full picture. When I came into this, it was very difficult because I serve on the planning commission and I really enjoy it. And when we were initially making committee assignments, nobody wanted to be on the planning commission, nobody. And I popped my hand in the air and said, well, I'll do it. I know it's in the evening, people are busy, I will do it. And I've enjoyed it. I went through training. I went through the planning essentials and zoning training in June. And I looked at that manual. I consulted with Lynn. I consulted with legal counsel about how this was handled. I counseled with administration. They provided guidance. Commissioner Fickus was just in there as an HR role, just kind of like sitting back and just listening. Peter Sarathakis, the chair, was in there on some of these. So this wasn't just me, like you think it's just me. I have an obligation as a county commissioner in the oath of office I took, when an allegation or something like this is brought up, to look into it. Isn't that what you folks would want? It isn't targeting anybody, it's not bullying. It was an opportunity for us to hear from you, those individuals on the planning commission. That's what it was. And in all fairness, I'm a very fair person. I am very transparent. I'm very well trained in these sort of situations. So if anybody would like to challenge me on that, I welcome you. However, at this point, I think I've said enough. I'm looking to continue trying to have a really good relationship with the planning commission. I know we have good people on there. I know we're willing. I think I need more training. I've heard some of the planning commissioners are new, which I wasn't on the board before, so I don't know who's new and who's not. But I took training. That was the first thing I asked for, was training, and it was very helpful. And I think that is a good resolution for us as planning board commissioners, to go through some sort of training and get a better understanding, so the outcome I'm looking here is to make us better. And that's the objective. But we have to have some sort of requirements, no different than some of my employees at the state. If there's things that are lacking in job performance, they get training. And you have to address it, because we don't want this to continue down the road. And now we get one vote one way here, another vote here. We're so inconsistent, no different than Michigan State. If the planning commissioner chair did not bring this to my attention, we wouldn't be talking about this today, because I wouldn't have known. So, no different than Michigan State. You don't follow up on the first one, the second one happens, well, you can't report the second one because you didn't report the first one. That's what happened to Michigan State. And then it goes on and on and on. So I think addressing this up front before it was to go down maybe a potential wrong pathway and, suscept the county to a lawsuit, this is a good way to handle this. And I think in all fairness, we revised, I've had conversations, we revised the resolution. I'm going to be taking any additional training, what's ever recommended. And I think we have a really good opportunity to move forward in a really good direction to make Clinton County a place where people want to come and live. And that's my passion. So with that said, I am done.
Let's remind us that we're keeping this conversation with the folks at the table amongst the board. I want to be respectful of folks' time. I know there's a lot of letters we received from a lot of different folks. If we just make sure that's on the agenda so it's available to the public. I guess my biggest question on this whole situation, if the planning commission voted one way, we've already voted one way. I'm failing to understand why we need to take additional action beyond what we've already done as a board on this.
Is you posing a question?
Yeah, I guess why do we feel that there's a need, if this was a decision, one decision that's already come to us and we voted unanimously on it differently, I guess why do we feel that there's a need to take additional action?
Let me ask you this question, then. Why did you vote it down to return it back and then turn around, and then when it came back, we approved it? So did you not see a problem with the planning commission's decision?
For me personally, I mean, I respect the input of the board and the opinion of the board, both our board and the planning commission board. I sense that we were in a different opinion as the planning commission. So me personally, I wanted to send it back so we could try to land on the same page somewhere.
I agree.
And ultimately, we all voted to approve it. Obviously, we had difference of opinion from some folks on the planning commission. But having said that, the fact that we've already voted on this to approve it, I'm failing to understand why we feel the need to take a resolution and take additional steps on top of what we already did.
Because here you have somebody that was gonna file a lawsuit. And I think because of that decision, us as Board of Commissioners, the reason for the Planning Commission is to make a recommendation to the board, right? So if we don't have full faith and credit on their decisions, and say for instance, they denied this and it came up, and we denied it based on their recommendation. We just took the recommendation and denied it.
Right, but we didn't
But
know.
I'm just hear me out, and we denied it. Because I should have full faith in the board. I mean, I serve on that planning commission. I should have full faith in that decision, and I should be able to vote when it comes up. I should be able to vote with confidence, knowing that they did the right thing. They did their job, but in this case, that wasn't the case. And we even heard from legal counsel that even said, like, the claim isn't spot zoning. That was the first claim, and then I hear all these other things. But what I'm getting at is, we have something that needs to be educated, that needs training, that needs to understand that what was done here wasn't right. It was not right. And I know we have the opportunity as a board to vote, but what's the point of the planning commission if we don't have full faith and credit in their decisions?
I guess,
I don't know. I mean,
I feel
Zach,
like I
you
can
pose a
answer
good
that.
question. I'm not.
in my opinion, I would have a different opinion of if we were seeing this repeatedly over a long period of
We
time,
saw
but
it
this
twice.
well, it was on one incident though. Like, it's, to me, I just feel like we've already resolved this issue. We voted differently than the planning commission. When you have governing bodies of multiple different individuals, you're never gonna agree on 100% of the issues that you're gonna be voting on.
But the root
Even we don't agree, but I
The
just,
root cause isn't at the board level. The root cause is at the planning commission level. Go ahead. I want to make sure that you.
So I want to address this from a human resources standpoint, and I just feel like the actions that were initially taken and the process and all of that stuff, that is over here in this bucket. And I just want to talk about just sort of the message, the overall message. I felt like, as an understanding of how decisions are made, I felt like it seemed like there were folks over here and there's folks over here. And there's a need to get us all on the same page. And that is through the suggestion of training. And I know, this was suggested by Bruce. I'm going to throw your name out there, Bruce. But the training was, it's just probably a good thing to do every so often. It is a great thing to require in general. I feel like we just need to get on the same page so we can work together in January. That is my perspective of why this is, being addressed.
Commissioner.
Was it, when we sent it back, I don't recall, but were they given clear direction as to what we were looking to see? Or did we just kind of send it back to them and say, reconsider this?
I can address that. The motion by the Board of Commissioners was to reconsider it based, for consistency with the future land use planning.
Commissioner.
Well, I guess I'm gonna just try to move this along. I don't necessarily see a reason for the resolution. We could simply make a motion. I would like the I would like the planning commission to be reviewed, trained, given more information, what their expectations are. You guys have to remember too, on the other end, there is a lot of gray area in every ordinance we have. Everyone. I deal with a lot of them. There's gray area. My interpretation might not meet Zach's. We have to come somewhere in the middle. But with that said, I would just as soon somebody would make a motion. I would like them to, the planning commission, as in them, to meet, scheduled by our administration, for an updated training session, meeting, and move on. I just want them to be sure they understand what we're looking for. I don't attend the planning commission meetings, okay? But I want those people to understand why we do what we do and what we're looking for them to do. It's very tough. There's a fine line, okay? Sometimes you have to stand by your constituents. A lot of time, and I know I've had this discussion with a lot of my constituents. You have to understand, I'm trying to do what's best for Clinton County. I understand your feelings in the matter. I understand it. This is not comfy, cozy. Legally, I have to approve it. by the ordinance. So that's, I guess that's, I would forget about the resolution, just do a motion, have administration set it up so they can go through a training exercise, information. I'm not saying they don't know what they're doing, not at all. I just want to reaffirm what our expectations are. That's all.
I guess the question I have just for conversation is if we're of the opinion that there's one golden answer to every rezoning decision, I guess what is the point of the planning commission if we feel like they are supposed to have, like,
I think you should take the training, Zach.
well, that's, I mean, maybe I need, but like, I
Seriously.
Yeah.
I just, in my opinion, like, I feel like the whole point of a board is to have a conversation for varying opinions, and I feel like if we feel like a varying opinion is just factually inaccurate and wrong, I guess I just don't understand the whole point of a commission to have a conversation if we're of the opinion that no matter what they say and do, there's a golden answer to everything. I guess that's my,
Talk to Lynn Wilson, have a sit down.
Yeah, there's a lot of gray area in everything. We're going to read it. You're going to think it one way, I'm going to think it another way. The job is for you and I to come to a middle ground. Because it meets the ordinance or it doesn't meet the ordinance. Either I bring in to meet the ordinance or you change your end to meet the ordinance.
There are 7 criteria. That's how you do it.
Everything from planning, Lynn represented to us, this meets all 7 of her criteria. We had no choice to override it. I did not want to override the planning commission. I recommended that we send it back because I don't want to override the planning commission. That's why I made that push to send it back. It's nothing, I don't want to beat this to death. If we get that motion, John can schedule something the best with the attorney, planning, whatever you need. Run everybody through it in one big session, so there's questions, comments, and move on.
Bob? Or Commissioner Showers, sorry.
That's okay, no problem. You call me dad too, because I could be.
As long as you give me an allowance.
I have, first of all, I was a commissioner that asked to send it back. There are rules we must follow. And my impression was, some of my fellow citizens weren't aware of that. They were thinking with their hearts, I would do the same thing. But I think a resolution is the wrong way to express our concerns about the lack of objectivity that planning commissioners have to have. In the 25 years I've been here, I can only think of 3 times that the Board of Commissioners ever sent back an application to the planning commission to reconsider. I'm going to make that motion as suggested by our chair. I can't vote for resolution because it sends to me the wrong signal. I could be a planning commission member and make the same mistakes. What Brian has said is correct in the sense that they made the wrong decision. But I don't think it's because they're bad people, they just didn't know. So I think a training of some kind, I don't know what that could consist of. I wouldn't want to sit through 10 hours of you blabbing on about stuff, but tell me what it is as a planning commissioner I'm supposed to do. With that, I'm also going to ask that we have counsel, because this isn't going to go away. We need to have counsel, and I don't care what it costs. They need to be there to answer questions. We don't have a planning director that can give us an answer. When you're on, I've been a planning commissioner, you're on the hot seat. And it's nice to have an objective third party who understands what I don't understand, so I can be told what I need to understand. You can't do that after the meeting's over. So my motion is good to do the training, but I want consideration for having counsel there when it appears to be in the best interest of the planning commission to do that. Somebody says, well, that's expensive. So what? I spend through 3 hours of nonsense, which I don't want to hear about anymore. Because this is a situation that can be resolved by letting those people who are willing to serve, and I give them all credit for that, but they don't understand what their role is, any more than I did 25 years ago when I got this job. So I'm making a motion that we have the training to be defined. I don't know what kind of training that would be, but at least so the planning commissioners understand what their responsibilities are, so they can attempt to not bring their personal feelings into the situation, but go by what the planning document says. So that's my motion.
Okay,
I'll second it, and I'd like to attend that training.
okay. Any more discussion?
I'll
I
do
would-
the training.
Huh?
I think we should all do the training.
Yeah, probably be a good idea.
I'm not gonna do a training. I've been through it 25. I'm not gonna do it.
I,
I will work to develop an appropriate curriculum for, with legal
hold on, we
counsel,
haven't
with-
passed
with legal
anything yet.
counsel. Yeah, that's very true, but that would be my intention.
You want to train? But what I was gonna, did you have any more comment?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
well, it just seems to me that, listening to everything, I think a lot of this just seems to be blown out of proportion to me. We don't always agree. We don't always agree. I don't always agree with Dwight or Bob or Zach.
Why, I don't know, but
But unless, I mean, and it just feels like, it's almost like when you were accusing the sheriff's office for getting donations. It's just blowing things out of proportion that don't need to happen. And I don't understand why.
Well, first of all,
Why
John,
it got to this.
I
spot.
disagree with you, and why is because the planning chair brought it to my attention. I was in the meeting. I didn't, the people voted how they voted, so be it. The planning chair brought it to my attention. I am obligated, just like you would be if you were in my position, to bring it to John's attention.
Sure.
We gave it
But-
to
but we just seem to be-
administration.
we seem to be
Hold on, I'm
kicking it,
talking,
kicking
John.
it,
Hold on,
kicking it.
hold on. I'm talking. You,
it's time for lunch,
And-
guys.
and you want to know the process here, and I spoke to administration, they gave us guidance. So for you to say that it's being blown out of proportion, I'm looking at the county for liability. Obviously, you
Chair.
don't understand that, but I'm gonna, I'm
See, now you're getting
I'm gonna
personal.
Well, you got personal with me, John, and I
I'm
don't
just pointing out-
disrespect. We're
Guys.
gonna move forward. We have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Wait a second.
Dwight second it. I just want to say, I really like what Bruce had to say. I fully support that. I hopefully all of you think that that's a good resolution. And I think with this resolution here, we will not move forward with that. And we're going to move forward with Bruce's suggestion and Bob's motion. I think that's a great resolution.
Let's take a vote on that.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Rudat?
No.
Commissioner Showers?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Fix?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurdican?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Motion carries. Okay, next, whoops, let's turn this back on. All right, next on the agenda is the Clinton County Opens Meeting and Events Calendar. John,
My only comment is we have, just to remind those trustees that we have the trust meetings, quarterly trust meetings the month of November. And also just notify or point out that the committee meeting day has been moved to Wednesday, or is proposed to be moved to Wednesday in November, to the 19th.
Do we have a conflict or something on the 20th?
yeah, I have a conflict.
Okay. I will also have a conflict on the 19th, so I won't be here.
Okay.
If that's what we do.
If you bring turkey, can we make it? Can we do that?
Ready? Work on that?
All right, so we have a motion to approve the calendar?
So moved.
Second?
Oh, you go ahead.
I'm gonna be in Phoenix, work conference.
I'm going to support the
We
calendar.
need support, we need a second. Bob, support. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner comments?
We have to pay the bills.
Yeah.
Did I check? Oh, yep, sorry. Accounts payable and invoices paid. John?
Just the memo and the summary of the invoices is included on, I can't remember what page, I'm sorry. 176 of your packet. The total bills were $1,386,048.55. Motion to approve those.
Make motion.
Support. Go ahead, somebody else.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Now, commissioner comments.
Mr. Chair, can we wait till after HR to do that?
Sure. Yeah, if that's preference. Oh, that's right. Okay, we'll move forward to that. Administrators report.
Just two quick things. Administration will be meeting in the near future with the selected consultant to develop the schedule for the upcoming Fairgrounds Master Plan project, so stay tuned for information on that. And also, I just want to go back and clarify a comment that was made relative to the budget amendments. Commissioners Fickus and Rudat referenced a total in terms of the fund balance. And although it's still significant, the actual amounts that were adjusted to the fund balance were $30,000, not the total. I think you guys added all the numbers
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
There's various funding sources and funds that don't affect the general fund balance, so just a
Is that
clarification.
the insurance fund?
Portions of that, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm not suggesting that it's insignificant, but I just want to set the record correct. And then also, I don't want to belabor it, but there was the routine monthly report from LEAP included in the packet. I think some of the things were mentioned both in the discussion, so unless there are further questions, I'll move on. That completes my report.
All right. And last on the agenda is any other business? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
We're going to take a little break. That's okay. Okay.
I've got a heart out at 1.
12:30, I'll be quick.
Okay.
I mean, the order, guys.
Example of going over time.
We call this Human Resources meeting to order at 12:21 PM. Do we have any additions to the agenda?
I have none, ma'am.
Could I entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Done, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Limited public comment?
It's been a long time that I was able to sit at a meeting and say good morning and now come into the next meeting and say good afternoon. So good afternoon. And I am, this is follow over. And I am going to read a letter that was sent in by Jan Moats. I feel it's appropriate as she was seen.
It's not on the agenda, can we do?
It's public comment.
Okay.
Is it only related to agenda items?
Some
Because,
places.
okay, yes, and I know that, we do that, yes.
All right.
So, I'm reading on behalf of Jan Moats, and I bring it in front of the HR, because it was part of an HR conversation. So, and Jan voted differently than I did, as our beautiful democratic process allows, and I saw in action today. Clinton County Board of Commissioners, I am concerned at the turn of events that has taken place regarding the Clinton County Planning Commission. First, it was brought to my attention that not all members of the Planning Commission even live in the 10 townships we represent. That seems odd that the Board of Commissioners would appoint those living in townships not represented. It's been apparent the different parts of the county see issues differently. I believe this should be addressed. Also, when I was asked into a meeting, I was told I didn't do my due diligence regarding the matter. I had read all the information presented, driven by the property, and spoke with members of the township. I do not know information I did not know information present to me then that was outside the information presented in my packet. Yet now, I'm accused of making a decision based in part on facts not contained within the staff report. That is in quotes, based, anyway, I'll move on. Which way is it? As a member of the Planning Commission, it appears that my opinion from life experiences is outside of the staff report. Then why do we vote? I also mentioned that comments from the township supervisor impacted my vote, as it does on each case brought before the Planning Commission. That individual represents the township and has been voted into that position. However, in the meeting that is mentioned in the resolution, that no longer exists, I'm editing there, I was told that those comments and opinions should not impact any decision. Why do we ask for the township to comment on each case in their township? Believe that it is an important factor as they live with the decision we make. If we should not listen to the local constituents, please add that to the upcoming training. There have been many disagreements on the Planning Commission. On the vote for a much-needed cell tower, a few members voted against it. They stated that they wanted the citizens to be heard, and that this is different from the state vote. How? I'm sorry, and this is different from the state vote. How? We can all interpret things differently. Just review the latest Supreme Court rulings and see that they don't agree on reading the Constitution. So I urge you to vote no on this resolution and let us listen to the citizens of Clinton County on all upcoming cases brought before the Planning Commission and apply that to the rezoning issues of our county. Signed, Jan Moats. My final comments would be that I thought Zach said it best. If we should be following the recommendation of the planner, why then do we just need a board with the appointment of a commissioner, a lawyer, and a planning director? I hope not. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yeah, we all have fake news. Dawn Levy, 6048 North Lusk Road, Elsie, Michigan, Duplain Township. And I too feel this should be addressed by HR. I do want to first make a correction regarding Mr. Poff's letter. He did contact the DuPain Township Supervisor. He was asked to attend meetings not once, but twice, and did not attend. So just letting that be heard. Again, thank you and good afternoon. Dear Commissioners, I'm writing to express my concern, disappointment, and frustration regarding how the August decision made by 4 members of the Planning Commission has been addressed. The matter could and should have been handled in a more respectful and diplomatic manner. A commissioner who does not know me and who never reached out to ask questions to seek clarification regarding my decision. Instead, he called me in for what felt like an interrogation, but an interview, as you stated. I was told not to take the matter personally and was asked to resign. I firmly believe that had Dr. O'Brien and I resigned, the 2 other members named in the reprimand, you did not vote on, thank you, would not have been asked to do so. Furthermore, to be publicly identified as a problem at not 1 but 2 meetings by someone unfamiliar with me or my background was deeply unprofessional. The lack of civility demonstrated in the process is troubling. Our citizens deserve representation and a voice in discussions about potential development within their communities. It also appears that there is an inconsistency or double standard in how Planning Commission votes are being treated. A similar vote occurred previously without any comparable reaction or consequences. If this approach is intended to encourage the 10 general townships to manage their own zoning matters without county oversight, I caution that it could lead to unintended consequences. It is also important to note that the northern part of the county is often expected to generate additional tax revenue, yet our communities see little return for their contributions. Rural townships collect taxes for the county, receive limited services, and must manage the direct impacts of development. Additionally, 2 members of the Planning Commission are not residents of the general law townships and show little interest in understanding the unique character and needs of our communities. While additional training for board members is a worthwhile goal, issuing reprimands is not a necessary or constructive means to achieve it. For these reasons, again, you did vote no, and I truly appreciate it, and thank you for listening to me.
Anyone else?
Donna Graham from Greenbush Township. I just wanted to add one more comment. Yesterday, I had a 2-hour conversation with Brian. He called me for my opinion in discussion. The only question I would ask is that the letter from the participant or the property owner was read, but the committee chose, or Brian chose, or whatever, chose not to read the remaining 2 letters from Jan Moats and Dawn. I would like, in that discussion with Brian, he covered a lot of things with me. We had a good talk. I appreciated it. We exchanged both our opinions. We agreed to disagree. We have differences of opinions. And I'm very happy with the end result of how things ended, because I'm the one that also suggested just training and drop the reprimand. And so I appreciate that this did go forward. But at no time did Brian mention the letter from the applicant. So I would like to know the date of that letter. And I'm going to ask directly, did you ask the applicant to write that letter? How did he know what was going on? And did you approach him? That's the only
Madam
question
Chair,
I have left.
This is not a dialogue. They can get together after the meeting.
Yes, that meant afterwards. It doesn't have to be right now. Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jim Lawless, Bingham Township, Steel Road. I too will continue on this, and an example of the Planning Commission was the cell tower, and I attended that meeting. I actually was taken by surprise and spoke against it with that piece of property. It was 115 acres, the landowner that wanted to contract that. long, narrow piece of property, landowner, his house and barn set at one end, and then there's a row of houses at the other end. And he chose to put that in their backyard on his own property. Okay, fine. But the reason we have ordinances is to be good neighbors. Is that being a good neighbor? And that's what I spoke on. He had 115 acres to put that anywhere. He could have put it in the half mile, not at the end of the mile, in their backyard. He obviously chose not to put it in his backyard. Again, his property, but is that being a good neighbor? That's why we have ordinances. And that's why we have votes on this and not an administrative action. All 7 criteria had been met. That's not a vote then, is what I'm hearing is the argument. That's just as administration, just 1, 2, 3, 7 checks, move forward. So if we're allowing votes, let's allow votes without repercussions. And I think it said, we may disagree, but and they can be 200% wrong, but they still get to vote however they feel. And if it brings a lawsuit, it brings a lawsuit. But I think we have a system to take care of that, and the system worked. So this singling people out, is unnecessary. And I'll ask too was there people asked to resign, and why was that asked of them? So in your comments, you can address that. Thank you.
Any more public comment? We will move on. Next up is letter of agreement with CCLP, time agreement.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. There is a proposed letter of agreement that has been reviewed by legal counsel and discussed between the bargaining unit members and the sheriff's office. The sheriff is supportive of this. It changes how overtime is equalized in terms of the assignment of future overtime. It clarifies or updates what's included and what's not included in that equalization calculation. So again, the sheriff's office, or excuse me, the sheriff and the union are supportive of this. But obviously, it's an addendum to the contract that the county board is also party to, so I bring it to you for your consideration and with the recommendation that it be approved.
Okay. The suggested action is to recommend authorizing the letter of agreement with Capital City Labor Program, Sheriff's Office Corrections Bargaining Unit as presented.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Finance Director job position revision, job description revision.
Yes, and working to prepare for the transition due to Ms. Mosier's retirement. There was discussion regarding the minimum qualifications in the job description and a request or suggestion that those be revised. So on there is a change including what meets the minimum qualifications relative to the specific educational requirement of a bachelor's degree, adding to 2 additional fields or degrees, as well as previously there was a allowance for the county to exercise its discretion in utilizing a combination of formal education and work experience, and that has been proposed to be removed. So those are the changes, and as you can see in the request would be to approve the revised job description.
Move to approve the revised job description.
I'll second.
Bruce?
This is for administration. The red line you put, you sure you're not shooting yourself in the foot with that?
I mean, I don't really believe so. I mean, certainly certainly the county, you know, at some point could, need or, request to have available additional discretion, but in this specific case, I don't.
Well, I mean, I've been pushing for how many years now about who's your successor gonna be? Make sure your staff is trained. And if we have a staff member that could actually do this job without a degree, I just don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot when it comes back and it's not there. And you gotta come back and ask for permission to say, hey, this person doesn't meet those requirements, but they've got 25 years' experience working under. That's my concern.
Understood.
I guess, or related field in 5 years of progressively more responsible experience in government accounting. Would that provide the wiggle room that you're talking about on that top bullet point above there?
Well, it's.
I get what you're saying, but I also like.
Yeah, see, and I take that is leaning towards a certain degree. We may have a staff member.
Correct. I mean,
That may have the experience without a degree. So that's I just want to be sure.
Is that covered in the first bullet point as Bruce question, as his question?
No.
Or Zach's question?
No. No, the experience, and the experience and the degree are both required.
Okay.
And the
Correlated.
provision that's being stricken, would, to the question of Chairman DeLong, is that it does potentially, eliminate flexibility in terms of that consideration, but,
What, does the word
that's
related field open that up?
no,
Does not, okay.
If I can just make a comment. So I've been a financial manager for several years, and I can tell you that by broadening this and it was initially just accounting. So, or wasn't it just initially accounting, I think? Yeah, accounting. And then we expanded to finance and economics. These are within standards recommended by GASB and also GAP. And I just want to say that the complications of finance and accounting in systems now, the complexity has grown greatly. And by adding these fields, not only do you expand the opportunity for broadening your pool of qualified candidates, what we're finding is that experience no longer cuts it. Because anybody that is a professional in these fields can understand, read policy and procedures and proceed forward. I came into a position, I didn't have any I read the policy procedures, move forward. I understood it fully because I'm educated. So that is the reason, I think, for this broadening of this accounting, finance, and economics to draw good candidates. We should be looking outside too. We shouldn't just trying to stay the same. We want people to bring in forefront leaders, people that have vision. That's the key. Not what's in front of us today, but what's in front of us 5, 10, and 15 years from now. And you will see this sort of thing in several, if you go out and look at any financial director positions, I invite you to visit like the Michigan Government of Finance Associations. You will see these qualifications in there. It's not experience anymore. Experience doesn't cut it because of the complexity, and GASB is writing, I can't tell you, it drives us crazy because they write a new rule, it seems like every other week. I mean, John probably can attest to that. The complexity of these are very deep. So you need somebody who's current, somebody who understands this and has the degree and qualifications. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Yep,
not.
I'm finished.
Madam Chair, would there be any problem with leaving the county at its discretion may do that? You can talk to somebody, it doesn't mean you gotta hire them.
well, I mean, it's discretionary, so yes, I mean, that, it could remain, but the request, the discussion was to consider removing that. This is why it was being proposed.
For what it's worth, if you left bullet point 2 in there, you're still making the final decision.
But Bob, with that, when you're looking at alternative combination of formal education, it's kind of saying like, we could hire somebody that has no formal education. It opens that door. And I do not agree with that.
I'm with you.
Not when you're dealing with millions and millions of dollars.
Totally with you. I was asking a question.
I feel like the intent here was your intent was to try to float this and see if we could get someone with the bachelor's and the experience. And if we don't, then was that your intent of,
No, the intent was, I think, just having an accounting degree was too limiting. And when you go out and look at other standards, accounting, finance, and economic are all related fields that would benefit us to hire somebody that has education and a degree in that. You want folks to have degrees now in this. I'm gonna make this statement again. Experience doesn't cut it nowadays. You have to have the technical expertise and the training that you're receiving today. I receive it. And when you're just pushing forward because you want somebody who's already here, it's good to change things up again. Give a fresh look. Have somebody that has a visionary. But just to plop somebody in because they're already here, institutional knowledge, it's good to have, but it's not a requirement. Because if it was, it would be in the position description.
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
being mindful of our chair's thoughts, we're paying John to make decisions. If you think that there's someone you think may be qualified, you can always tell us about it, right? That's outside of the scope of this. If you say, geez, I found someone I think could be really good. As Bruce suggests, you can always come back to us and say, by the way, I found this person who doesn't,
Well, under that circumstance, I mean, someone that did not meet the minimum qualifications generally would not be considered.
okay. Well,
Initially.
with all deference to our chair, I understand you're coming from, I can live with it. May not be the most perfect way to look at it, but I can live with it, so.
So I'll make a motion to approve the position description for the financial director position.
I'll support it.
And just to re-emphasize this point, this is not a board, like, this description's a board decision, but the hire is a John decision.
That's correct.
If I have that right? And
Yep.
so you're of the opinion that this doesn't limit your ability to find a quality person for this position?
I mean, there's two aspects that are getting confused. One, I don't think the addition of the specific degree requirements and specifically stating finance and economics is really a significant difference, because I would consider those related fields anyways. That's more of a cosmetic change.
Okay.
The other one, whether it's the current vacancy or whether it's a vacancy in the future, that potentially could impact a decision, again, because someone who does not meet the minimum requirements should not be considered initially. So, is it going to have an impact? I don't think so.
I just want to make sure we're not limiting your ability to find the right person, I guess. If you're confident that this gives you the criteria to find the right person, then I'm for it. I want to make sure that we're not inadvertently tying your hands up to find the right person for the job.
Okay.
And I would always defer to give you, I'd rather you have a bigger pool to find the right person than a smaller one. So I'm a little worried we might make your.
Well,
pool
I mean, that's
small,
a
but-
potential, that's a potential impact. The pool of potential candidates could be smaller, but, I mean, that's the direction that was presented to me, and therefore I'm discussing that with you. I don't feel I had the authority to change the minimum qualifications in that regard.
So we got a motion, right?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
I have, I'll go with the first, yeah, there was two motions, but I'll go with the first one where Commissioner Showers moved and Commissioner Hurdy
Yeah.
seconded.
We're putting, I think our chair's thoughts are right on. Our administrator is asking us for these changes, okay.
Okay, Motion on the table with support. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That motion carries. Next, committee, commission appointments. The DHHS board has, Claire Feldposh's term on the DHHS board is due to expire on October 31st. He wishes to be reappointed for a 3-year term. I did have a nice conversation with Stacy from DHHS. She said he has been a fabulous board member over the years, and she really would like for him to come back. So,
I'll make the motion to reappoint Claire Feldposh to the board.
Support.
motion with support. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Administrators report.
Just a couple items. I received a message this morning from Chief Judge Sullivan that 2 members of her staff were recognized at the State Association of Probate and Juvenile Registers. Lindsay Pline was awarded the Juvenile Register of the Year, and Teresa Nelson was awarded the Cindy Rude Award for longstanding service and commitment. The judge wanted to make sure that the commissioners were aware that 2 of her staff was recognized statewide, so.
That's great.
I did indicate that I would be sharing that with you as well. Collective bargaining updates, we've just begun negotiations with the telecommunicators last week. The Road Patrol unit has petitioned for Act 312 arbitration, and we're now following the process to select an arbitrator. The telecommunicators have also filed a petition for arbitration from the grievance decision issued by the Board of Commissioners, by this committee last month recently, I don't remember if it was last month or prior, regarding the implementation of health insurance coverage changes and contributions, and we're in a similar process to select arbitrator. The Command Division has not yet filed a petition for 312 arbitration, but they have indicated that they are intending to. I was notified Tuesday that there was we were awaiting a recommendation from an administrative law judge from a previously filed unfair labor practice against the county regarding the court security officer position. That decision was submitted on Tuesday, and it recommended the dismissal of all of the charges in its entirety in favor of the county. So the union does still have the right to file objections before the recommendation is approved by the Employment Relations Commission, but that's all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner comments? I think I put your report in front of it. Sorry about that. John?
I'm sorry.
No, I think we've been here long enough.
Okay, Brian?
I think the one thing I just want to say, and I think we as a board, and when I say that, I include myself in that because I'm very guilty. I've done this before myself. I think when we're bringing things before the board, we need to do our due diligence to talk to each other beforehand, before we do that a little bit more. I did this with ITC with the letter. I didn't talk to any of you guys before I brought that concept up, so I'm definitely in this bucket. I just think that we need to do a better job of talking with each other a little bit more about these things and just be mindful that when we're talking about things on here, it's presented of the whole board at large, and just when we bring up ideas, it can be reflective of the whole board at large. So I think the more that we're talking to each other about those type of things, the better. That's all I have.
Yeah, I do. I have good news.
All right, Bob.
It's mixed with stuff you don't want to hear, or at least our audience may not want. LEAP was successful in getting the Niawave Corporation to put their next building at the airport. It'll be a 50,000 square foot building that will employ another 80 people who will be highly qualified, big wage earners. And we'll have 7 more accelerators to make the medical isotopes, which have to go out quickly. That's why they're here. And LEAP did that, so.
Thank you.
And by the way, it's not in the townships, it's at the airport, it's not hurting anybody, so. You might get radioactive someday, but for now, it's okay.
Nothing for you? Bruce, do you have anything?
I don't want to make comment right now. It's not going to come out very good.
Okay. I just would like to acknowledge the personal feelings that have been affected in all of this, and I truly apologize that people's feelings were hurt. That's not what we want to do. We all make mistakes, and I really would like to move forward on the good foot and try to continue to work together and put together great things. Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank for everybody's participation today. I think it was, we saw kind of both sides here. I think that was really good. I also agree with Zach. I think having dialogue amongst us commissioners, just one thing I want to caution is we just want to make sure we're not violating the Open Meetings Act. That's the key. We want to make sure we're doing that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. The other thing I just want to mention is if any folks would like to come to my coffee, further conversation, whatever, I will be having a coffee sometime in the first 2 weeks of November. Location yet to be determined. And I kind of wanted to wait till after the budget gets approved here at or if the budget gets approved at the Board of Commissioners meeting, the resolution. So all are welcome. So with that,
Okay.
have a good day.
Any other business? No, we're adjourned. Thank you.